unless we implement it at member state level. And as you heard earlier, our performance in this area is rather wanting. Ladies and gentlemen, recent developments provide strong opportunities and global rallying points to accelerate social protection and leave no one behind. These include the resolution concerning the second recurrent discussion on social protection adopted by the International Labour Conference in June 2021 and the initiative of the Global Accelerator for Jobs and Social Protection launched by the UN Secretary General in September 2021, whose objective, among others, is to extend social protection to the people currently not covered by any social protection measure. And this group constitutes about 4 billion, or would be 4 billion by 2030. We must embrace and build these enabling frameworks as unique opportunities to be the drivers of change in the coming years. Considering the political, social, and economic imperatives for accelerating the extension of social protection in Africa, the ILO, in close collaboration with the African Union, Commission, and the Deputy Secretary General of the UN, launched the Africa Regional Social Protection Strategy 2021-2025 with the objective of ensuring that 40% of the continent's population is covered by at least one social protection benefit. As we are approaching 2025, there is need to revive and update this strategy to reflect the role of social protection in addressing substantive challenges such as climate change and just transitions by the economic, green, or lifestyle transitions. Half of the 50 countries and territories most vulnerable to climate change are on the African continent. Social protection systems can have pivotal role in adapting and migration of climate change effects and in transition to just and green economies. At the same time, they must protect people against ordinary life cycle risk. Social protection or social security institutions, in collaboration with governments, workers and employers' representatives, have a central role in extension of social protection through adaptation of existing social insurance mechanisms and the inclusion of uncovered populations. They have a significant role in shaping national social protection legislation and national social protection flows. By providing income security and access to health care across the life cycle, social protection can help to break the poverty environment trap, which otherwise results in a vicious cycle where increasing climate impacts further exacerbate vulnerability and further entrench inequalities. Ladies and gentlemen, as I draw towards a conclusion, let me say, while opening a high panel in UN in New York, where World Social Protection Report, Universal Social Protection for Climate Action and Just Transition was presented, Mr. Gilbert Humbo, the ILO Director General, stressed that social protection is a key pillar of social justice. He further emphasized that no society could navigate lifestyle transitions and current climate crisis without getting basics of social protection right, including in relation to financing and social insurance. As I conclude, it is my hope that this forum embraces this message and formulates recommendations towards social security coordination and cooperation among social security institutions and stakeholders that will be impactful in extending social protection in Africa to achieve the goals set by Agenda 2063 and the future it wants for the continent, including in the context of climate change and just transitions, which concern each and every one of us. Lastly, our commitment must be unwavering. Extending social security or social protection to all is a long-term endeavor that requires perseverance and dedication. Our actions today will shape the future for generations to come. We can make a lasting impact and create a more just and equitable world for all of us. The ILO stands committed to continue to support member states, the regional economic commissions, the AUC or the African Union Commission, and all stakeholders in advancing global, regional, sub-regional, and national actions in enhancing access to social protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ILO, for these insightful opening remarks. Indeed, social protection is the key pillar of social justice. We now move on to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum was first announced during the ISSA meeting in Abidjan, and we are happy that ISSA is represented here by the Director of Social Security Development Branch, Mr. Rao. Mr. Rao, you have the floor.
Thank you, and Dr. Bokassi. And it's a pleasure to be in this meeting, and it's a pleasure to also join this important development in Africa. And as Dr. Sabelo pointed out, it was a pleasure already to launch this collaboration with the African Union, Tunisia and African Union in Abidjan, during the regional forum and the regional social security forum for Africa in Abidjan in May in 2023. And the challenges for implementing social security systems and social protection systems are huge. And the challenges are also evolving. And this complicates a lot the role and the different developments that the governments and institutions have to carry out. And so it's an important initiative from the African Union to develop this forum, and that has as a, let's say, main objective is to support and to dynamize the development of social protection and social security in the region. And for that, I think that the support of the international organizations, the colleagues from ILO and other international organizations is crucial. And in this sense, the ISSA is an important part of this structure to provide management and implementation support for these systems. The implementation of social security systems has two key aspects: the regulatory and the regulatory aspects that establish the orientations. But then the regulations cannot go too far without an efficient implementation. And in this role, institutions play a crucial role, because institutions are the ones who are in charge of putting into practice the different processes and the different mechanisms that not only implement the laws and the regulations, but also are responsible to reach the population that have to, let's say, enjoy and have to be part of these systems. And also institutions have a responsibility to ensure the stability and the continuity of the services, and taking into account evolutions on the legislation and also the new challenges that are appearing. So in this area, and I would like to highlight the role of the institutions and the importance of their capacity, the development of their capacity. The ISSA works directly with social security institutions, as you know well, and we like to thank the social security ISSA members, and for that it's important to develop different capacities, internal capacities, but also the coordination and cooperation capacities. One of the points, the priority points that establish the social security and the forum, it's also the protection of migrant workers. And this requires international collaboration and at, let's say, regulatory aspects, regulatory level, but also implementation and practical level through different instruments that can put into practice this protection. In this area, I think that it's important initiative from the African Union to address this issue, that it's a critical issue everywhere, but it also opens a number of opportunities to dynamize the economy and to improve the quality of life of the population. In this area, the ISSA is also increasingly active, and of course, we are will be very open, very happy to support these developments in this point. I would like to highlight that the collaboration between the ISSA and African social security institutions is very active, through the different regional sub-regional liaison offices. There are 5 liaison offices of the ISSA in Africa in different parts, in the north, west, center, south, and east. And I would like to highlight that it's one of the most active in the ISSA and the regional structures. There are a number of seminars and workshops and activities that they are developed, and they participate actively in the ISSA global activities. I would like to thank you very much for that. But I think it's also a key aspect for the development of the social security, social protection, because it's something that has to be developed together and not coming, let's say, from only one part. In this area, we like also to highlight that among the regional the structures, there is regional structures. There are the linguistic ones, the Portuguese-speaking and the French-speaking linguistic structures, and again, the African institutions play a key role in this area, and the collaboration that also reaches the geographical and the regions, with Americas and Europe in the case of the Portuguese-speaking, and with Europe in the case of the French-speaking. Maybe if Timor-Leste joins the ISSA, there will be also a linguistic structure that will also involve the countries from Asia. All that is key to implement and to address these challenges, and for that I would like to highlight again the importance of the collaboration and coordination. It will be a pleasure to share with you in the upcoming sessions the different developments, starting with how we see the developments in Africa, and also afterwards tomorrow to present a current view of the ISSA guidelines, that they are the cornerstone for the administration in social security. I would like to thank very much the organizers for the invitation. Again, it's a pleasure to be with you, and the excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you very much. It's a pleasure now to be in your home for this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ISSA. Thank you, our brother Raul. We now have the honor and the privilege to invite to the podium our colleagues from ASSA, that is African Social Security Association, Mr. Bandawe.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sabelo. My name is Meshak Bandawe, the Secretary General of Africa Social Security Association, representing my chairman, Mr. Muyangwa, who is the Director General of NAPSA, Zambia. The Government Republic of South Africa, African Union Commission representative, ILO representative, ISSA representative, SASA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chairman and the Governing Council of Social Security Association of Africa, it's my honor and privilege to thank the African Union Commission and all key players of social security sector in Africa for holding this important conference at this beautiful country of South Africa. I'm so much grateful to be invited and able to participate in this successful event. However, the attendance of this event, which looks to be very colorful, justify the importance you are attaching to the achievement of social protection industry in Africa. I would like to offer my heartfelt congratulations to the entire management of AU, including the Secretariat led by Dr. Sabelo, the head of Labor, Employment and Migration Division, for a well-organized conference, and which have been facilitated by comprehensive technical papers to be presented by the experts and speakers who might able to come up with the practical resolutions ready for implementation as and then when the practicable possible to do so. As part of the introduction, we ASSA, formerly it was known as ECASA. Now we have changed the name from ECASA to ASSA. The intention is to extend our coverage and mandate a membership scope to the entire continent of Africa. And we have the member countries from West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa. And membership coverage for ASSA is for the all pension funds, provident funds, health insurance, workers' compensations, regulators, insurances, and the actuaries. And one of the objectives of this association is to work close and share experience and the best practice on the issue of social security sector in coverage. We all understand we Africa, we have our own uniqueness and we operate on the same environment. That means we have to share the experience on the issue of membership coverage. We know the coverage is very low. We have to share strategy to increase the membership to the entire continent of Africa. We have to share strategy on the issue of compliance to unlock the challenge of the compliance within the continent. The benefits in terms of qualitative and quantitative. The issue of the ICT infrastructure development and how can leverage our social security operations. We have also to share on the issue of actuarial assumptions and how it can cut across the entire continent of Africa. And the issue of portability of benefits to the migrants worker and regulatory framework. We have the different regulatory framework, policies, and guidelines. All these we have to share together, and this is the objective of this Africa Social Security Association. In addition, it also allows member schemes to invest in the viable strategic infrastructure project in Africa to ensure the sustainability and able to improve the country's economy and benefit of the people of Africa. Following this agenda, we ASSA, we are at the final process to establish infrastructure investment fund for Africa that will enable social security institutions of the member countries to invest in critical and potential strategic projects which are available in the member country of ASSA, just like the transportations, water and sanitation, energy, telecommunication network, industrialization, tourism, real estate, health, facility, education, etc., etc. This initiative, ladies and gentlemen, aligns with Africa Union Social Agenda 2063, aiming to prosperous and politically united Africa through sustainable infrastructure development. We therefore ask for all social security institutions in Africa to join the association in order to push this agenda forward for the benefit of the entire continent of Africa. We would like to assure you that we as ASSA, we have been impressed by the theme of this conference, which addressed the fostering inclusive social security in Africa, extending coverage to the informal economy, rural sector, and the migrants worker. And a great information, Mr. Bello, we have given a slot and space tomorrow to present a paper from ASSA regarding this agenda. I would like to assure you that we shall work together with African Union and other bodies like ILO, ISSA, African Union, SADC, ECOWAS, East African Community, and the rest, and to ensure that the membership coverage is achieved as stipulated in African Union Social Agenda 2063. To translate this action, we intend and we shall request for African Union to work close and where possible to sign the MOU to see how we can work together. Finally, dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to our upcoming 14th Social Protection Policymakers Conference for Africa that has been scheduled to take place in Arusha, Tanzania, the Geneva of Africa, in sometimes November 2024. And the theme of that conference will be social security funds, a catalyst for infrastructure development and inclusive socio-economic growth in Africa. Your presence in that conference will be highly appreciated and acknowledge your endorsement for this association. Finally, and finally again, once the first president of Tanzania, the late Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, once said, "It can be done, play your part." Let's play our part to ensure that all we shall agree upon will be implemented successfully. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, ASSA, and to both ASSA and ISSA. We would like to thank them for using their networks to reach out to all of you esteemed CEOs and Director Generals and leaders in the area of social protection and social security. I now have the honor and the privilege to invite Advocate Maemo Machete on behalf of the African Union Commission. Advocate.
Habari. Jambo. Bon dia. Bonjour. Salaam alaikum, Egypt. Good morning. I thought, as a typical African citizen, I should indeed greet you, appreciating our heritage and wealth of languages within the African continent. Let me from the onset acknowledge the presence of the Chief Executive Officer, Me Dotsi Memela Kambula, from South Africa Social Security Agency, SASSA, as it is known, the Republic of South Africa. Let me also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Ndaba Kumbola, Director of ILO, Special Representative to the African Union, and ECA, and of course, International Labour Organization, ILO. Let me also acknowledge Mr. Raul Julian, Director for Social Security Development Branch, International Social Security Association, ISSA. And of course, on behalf of ASSA, acknowledge the presence of Ndate Mishak Bandawi. And of course, thank all CEOs, Director Generals who are present here today, acknowledge representative of other various international organizations also present. But most importantly, acknowledge yourself, distinguished delegates representing your various countries and sectors present here. And lastly, my colleagues led by Dr. Mbogazi, who, of course, I believe have been warmly welcome and are enjoying the hospitality in South Africa. Let me seize this opportunity on behalf of the African Union Commission. And indeed, it is a great honor for me on behalf of the Commission to welcome you all to this critical inaugural Africa Social Security Institution Coordination and Cooperation Forum. I thought I could learn a trick to shorten it, and I failed decimally. Allow me to use this opportunity to express the Commission's heartfelt gratitude to the government of the Republic of South Africa for hosting this particular inaugural meeting. Let me further extend the Commission's appreciation to our host, the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, the International Labour Organization, ILO, for their continued support, the Africa Social Security Association, ISSA, and of course, the International Social Security Association for the great collaboration in organizing this particular meeting. Indeed, one should admit the impeccable spirit of partnership was shown in this process of arranging this particular inaugural meeting. The Commission also wished to extend its gratitude to all national security agencies or institutions present here today. Your participation, I should acknowledge, despite the many demands of your schedules, reflects your unwavering dedication to advancing social security across Africa. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to underscore that the first ASSCCF marks a critical milestone in our collective efforts to promote inclusive social security across our continent, Africa. Under the theme Fostering Inclusive Social Security in Africa, extending coverage to the informal economy, rural sector, and migrant workers, we are once more reminded of the significant responsibility we share in addressing the gaps in ensuring social protection, which is wide and far-reaching in the continent. While as Africa we have made significant strides in recent years, with at least 17% of Africa's population now having effective access to at least one form of social protection, we however need to acknowledge that we must indeed acknowledge that more work needs to be done. There is still a lot of work that lies ahead. The informal economy, rural sector, and migrant workers, we need to admit, make up a substantial portion of Africa's workforce. Yet, these workers are often left outside the scope of traditional social protection systems, where rural workers often lack access to basic social protection, and where migrant workers face unique vulnerabilities. They contribute significantly to our economies, we need to acknowledge, but remain vulnerable to economic shocks, health crisis, and the challenges that comes along with old age. These distinguished delegates calls for the need to build systems that are inclusive, adaptable, and effective in reaching these underserved groups. As the African Union Commission, we have shown very strong political will at the highest level to put in place sound social protection strategies, legal frameworks, and of course various instruments aimed at sustainable development and combating poverty through the promotion of social protection policies and ensuring effective access to social security on the continent. This political commitment is reflected in the AU Social Agenda 2063, the Ouagadougou Declaration and Plan of Action on Employment, Poverty Eradication, and Inclusive Development, Social Protection Plan for Workers in the Informal Economy and Rural Sector, the Draft Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security, the migration policy framework for Africa, amongst others. Overall, the continent's Agenda 2063, the vision that we have envisaged as African leaders, as African citizens, the Africa we want, calls for a progressive extension of sustainable social protection coverage as a means to achieve Aspiration 1, which indeed calls for a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Through a high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being for all citizens, focusing on the priority areas of access to social security and social protection, incomes, jobs, and decent work. In line with this, and pursuant to the decision of the 4th AU Specialized Technical Committee on Social Development, Labor and Employment, which was held in April 2022, the Commission, I should remind you, officially launched the African Social Security Institution Coordination and Cooperation Forum in May 2023. The ASSCCF has critical primary objective to provide a coordination and cooperation platform for non-binding dialogue on issues and opportunities related to the management of social security and their role in the development agenda of member states and the Union at large. With its overall mission, which is to promote sustainable development and all workers' inclusive social security systems in Africa, the African Social Security Institution Coordination and Cooperation Forum aims at guaranteeing safety, health, well-being of workers and members of their families, improving productivity and competitiveness of the African economies in accordance with our vision, Agenda 2063. The ASSCCF is not merely a forum, it is a call for action, a commitment to transform the landscape of social protection in the African continent. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, I'm reliably informed as we engage in meaningful dialogue, exchanging ideas and best practices, I call on all social security institutions to seize the opportunity and tap from the successes and learn from challenges of different stakeholders present in this august house. By pooling our collective experiences, we can develop practical, context-specific solutions that will help reinforce and expand social safety nets across the continent. By aligning our efforts with these strategic goals, we can indeed deepen our impact and ensure that social protection reaches all sectors of society. I also call on all stakeholders present here to remember that the decision we make and the strategies we develop will have far-reaching implications on Africa's developmental agenda. We have the power to shape a future where social security is not only a privilege for the few, but a right for all citizens within the continent. As I conclude, I wish to emphasize that the African Union Commission remains fully committed to the ASSCCF to supporting critical efforts towards strengthening social security coverage in Africa through enhanced coordination, policy coordination, harmonization, and capacity building initiatives. Working closely with relevant partners such as the ILO, ISSA, ASSA, and our esteemed national social security institutions, we aim to expand the reach of social security to include all Africans, regardless of where they work or live. Let me remind you that you carry on your laurels the future and hope of the future generations. I look forward to the rich discussions and concrete actions that will emerge from this particular forum. Thank you. I wish you a productive and successful forum. God bless Africa. Asante.
Asante. A commitment to revolutionize the landscape of social protection, says the representative of the African Union Commission, who is also the director for the Continental Operational Center. We're now going to have our last speaker. Madam Tutsi, you were there when we launched this initiative, the forum in Abidjan, and we are glad that you are here also during the first forum on ASSCCF. I now have the honor and the privilege to invite the CEO of the South African Social Security Agency to come and speak. Thank you.
A very good morning on this warm morning in South Africa. It's been a number of cold days, so it looks like everybody brought the warmth from the rest of the continent after we've had terrible snows in other parts of the country, which actually brought a lot of damage, and also people that were stuck as they were trying to get to their homes. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and the panel that I'm sharing the stage with, a very good morning and warm welcome to the first African Social Security Institutions Coordination and Cooperation Forum. It's a mouthful. It is a great honor and privilege to host this significant event here in Johannesburg, the vibrant heart of South Africa. Johannesburg, our host, is a symbol of transformation and opportunity. It is a city that embodies the spirit of Ubuntu, the belief in universal bond and sharing that connects all humanity, particularly Africans. As we convene here, let us draw inspiration from this spirit and work collaboratively to build a robust social security system that uplifts and protects all our people. As we gather today, we are reminded of the profound importance of social security as a cornerstone of our collective efforts to foster inclusive growth and social justice across our beloved continent. The theme of this forum, fostering inclusive social security in Africa, extending coverage to the informal economy, rural sector, and migrant workers, resonates deeply with our shared commitment to ensuring that no one will be left behind. As they say in one of our languages, Vangasali, no one must be left behind. South Africa, with its history and diverse cultural heritage, as those that may have come before yesterday may be aware that we were actually celebrating Heritage Day yesterday. As we all know that there's we have a diverse culture as a country, and stand as a testament to the resilience and strength of the African spirit. Our journey towards a comprehensive social security system has been marked by significant milestones and challenges alike. Today, we are proud as South Africa to be one of the countries in the continent that is able to provide not only shared experience, but able to provide social security for most of our vulnerable people. In South Africa, social security is not merely a policy, it is a lifeline for millions. Our social security system encompasses government provisions such as old age pensions, child support grants, and disability benefits, amongst others, which are non-contributory. These are expanded through contributory benefits such as unemployment insurance and various funds for health and injury provided by government as well as private funds. Particularly our extensive contributory-based pension funds that are provided both in government and by the private sector. We have made significant strides in extending coverage to vulnerable groups, yet we recognize that much work remains to be done, particularly in reaching those in the informal economy and in rural areas. We have witnessed firsthand and transformative power of social security. Our social grant system supports millions of South Africans. We currently extend different types of grants to 22 million people in our country, and in some communities, you find that 40% of people live on social grants. These programs have not only alleviated poverty, but have also contributed to social cohesion and stability. We remember a time after we had actually just suspended the SRD 350, and subsequently we had a number of riots in different parts of the country, and recognized as a country that we had no option but to reinstate that grant, even though it was actually introduced during the time of COVID. It's a grant we continue to provide as we find solutions in terms of what it is that needs to replace it. The informal economy, which employs a significant portion of our population, remains largely outside the reach of our social security system. Similarly, migrant workers and those in rural areas often face barriers to accessing social protection. Addressing these gaps requires innovative solutions and a commitment to inclusive policies that leave no one behind. South Africa's National Development Plan envisions a society where no one lives below a defined minimum social floor. The NDP outlines a comprehensive approach to social protection, aiming to address all areas of vulnerability and respond to the needs, realities, conditions, and livelihoods of those who are mostly at risk. The plan emphasizes the importance of building and utilizing the capabilities of individuals, households, communities, and NGOs to promote self-reliant and sustainable development. One of the key goals of NDP is to ensure that all children enjoy services and benefits aimed at facilitating access to nutrition, education, social care, and safety. The plan also addresses the skills deficit in the social welfare sector and provides income support to the unemployed through various active labor market initiatives such as public works program, training, and skills development by a range of sector institutions. The NDP encourages a culture of individual saving for risks associated with loss of income due to unemployment, old age, and illness by providing appropriate frameworks and incentives. In recent years, South Africa has expanded its social protection services to address emerging challenges. The introduction of COVID-19 social relief of distress was a significant step in providing temporary financial assistance to those affected by the pandemic. The grant has been a lifeline for millions of South Africans who lost their livelihoods due to the economic impact of COVID. It's been extended to address the needs for income support for the unemployed. Furthermore, the government is working towards implementing basic income support for working-age adults, which aims to provide a more permanent solution to income security and poverty. By providing a guaranteed income to all adults, we can assure that everyone has the means to meet their basic needs and live in dignity. The challenge of this grant being re-implemented every year has been recognized, and government is looking at putting in place a sustainable solution so that we don't do the start and stop. The value of social protection cannot be overstated. It is a critical tool for providing social justice, reducing inequality, and fostering economic stability. Social protection programs have a multiplier effect on our economy as they increase household consumption, stimulate demand for goods and services, and contribute to overall economic growth. Moreover, social protection enhances social cohesion by reducing tension and fostering a sense of solidarity and mutual support among citizens. This despite some arguments that social protection becomes a way of not enabling our people to find their own solutions. We do see it as an investment and not only as consumption. Our social security system is built on the principles of inclusivity and equality. We believe that South Africans, regardless of their backgrounds and circumstances, deserve access to social protection. This belief is reflected in our efforts to extend coverage to the most vulnerable groups, including children and the elderly people, and those with disabilities, and those living with poverty. This requires strong institutions, effective governance, and a commitment to transparency and accountability. We need to strengthen our social security institutions and improve delivery of services to ensure that they reach those who need them most. This includes investing in capacity building, improving data collection and analysis, and ensuring that all our government systems are integrated so that we can ensure that we reduce the possibilities of leakage and enhance coordination between different levels of government and other stakeholders. In addition to our national efforts, we recognize the importance of regional and international cooperation in advancing social protection. The AU Agenda of 2063 and other regional frameworks provide a valuable platform for collaboration and learning. These frameworks provide a solid foundation for our efforts to build sustainable and inclusive social security system. By working together, we can share best practice, develop innovative solutions, and build a stronger and more inclusive social protection system across the continent. This forum provides a unique platform for dialogue, for exchange of best practice, and forging partnerships that will drive the social security agenda forward. Let us seize this opportunity to address the challenges we face, from underinvestment and implementation gaps to the pressing need for inclusive policies that cater to the diverse needs of our population. The African continent is a home for rich tapestry of cultures, languages, and traditions. Our diverse is our strength. Our diversity is indeed our strength, and it is through unity and cooperation that we can overcome the challenges that we face. The extension of social security coverage to the informal sector, rural economies, and sectors where we find people that cannot access, that do not have access. The migrant workers is not only a policy objective, but something that we can realize if we work together. It is about ensuring that every African, regardless of their socioeconomic status, has access to the protection and support they need to lead a dignified life. As we gather here today, let us reaffirm our commitment to social protection and our determination to build a future where no one is left behind. Let us use this forum as an opportunity to learn from each other, share our experiences, and develop strategies that will help us achieve our common goals. Together, we can create a continent where social protection is a reality for all, ensuring dignity, equity, and prosperity for each and every African. Together, let us pave the way for the future where social security is a reality for all, ensuring all that we can only achieve when we work together. Let us work hand in hand to build a continent where social protection is not only a privilege for a few, but that all of our people actually deserve. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the engagement as we work as a collective to create this forum, but also to create partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO, for a thought-provoking opening remarks, which has set the tone for the deliberations that will come during this forum. And thank you for also highlighting the issue of the diversity. It is an issue upon which the principles that establish this forum is anchored upon the spirit of diversity, that as we come together, we'll share experiences and we can learn from one another. This then brings us to the end of the opening session, and I would like to invite you to clap hands. A round of applause for the high table. Thank you very much. I think now that we have been welcomed even by South Africa, we are going to, we are looking at the program. We are supposed to be here. So I'm looking at my colleagues to check if we start with the opening or we go for coffee. Right. So what we will do now before maybe we go out for coffee? I think it would be important. It would be important for us to understand who is in the room. So we are going to do a quick intro. So kindly indicate your role in the government, the name and the role and the institution from which you are coming from, so that we can appreciate the wisdom, we can appreciate the experience that we have in the room. Should we start from the left? Should we start from the right? We are starting here in Mauritius, rather Mauritania. So I think the interpretation is not coming through. We will start with Mauritania for intro. Let me say this in French. Can you put this? Intro, thank you. Then we will go quickly. A quick one, colleagues and gentlemen. Mauritania, introduction.
We can hear him. We can hear him. It's working, but I didn't understand what you had said earlier.
We are requesting you to introduce yourself and the name of your institution back home.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Mauritanian. My name is Amadou Mbo. I'm the director of the legal and social savings company of my country. I've come to take part in this forum on social security organized by the AUC and our friends from South Africa. I'm delighted to be in South Africa.
For now. Please continue. Mozambique.
Bom dia. Bom dia. Como estão?
Bom dia.
Good morning. How are you? Can I speak Portuguese? We have no Portuguese interpretation, unfortunately.
Yuta, from National Institute of Social Security in Mozambique. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Julian Sigawuki from National Institute of Mozambique. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Malka Mungota from Namibia. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Social Security Commission in Namibia and the former ISSA Vice President.
Good morning. My name is Emilia Maibazi. I'm from Mozambique, Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Tekman Kanu, Senior Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Employment, Labor and Social Security, Sierra Leone.
I'm Mohamed Rahman Swari, Minister of Employment, Labor and Social Security, Sierra Leone.
Good morning. I'm Edwin Mohamed Kamara, Deputy Director General of Operations, National Social Security and Insurance Trust, Sierra Leone.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Regis Rugemashuro. I'm the CEO of the Rwanda Social Security Board. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Hippolyte Lelo, Director of Membership Services from National Health Insurance Fund, Tanzania.
Good morning. My name is Oduka Safina from Uganda Embassy, Addis Ababa, in charge of social affairs. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's
Francis Pindani-Nyirenda, representing the Public Service Pensions Fund, Zambia, as CEO. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mavuto Daga, representing the National Health Insurance Management Authority, Zambia. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's ASSA Musosa. I'm from the National Pension Scheme Authority, Zambia.
Bonjour, je suis Daniel Gouroubira.
My name is Daniel Burugira, Deputy Director General, CNSC. My name is Lucien. I'm the chairperson of Social Security in Benin. Good morning. My name is Chen Chen, Director General of the Social Security Organization in Benin. So we manage this particular department on behalf of workers.
Bonjour, je suis.
Good morning. My name is Evariste Ondongo, Director General of Social Security Organization from Congo, Brazzaville.
Bonjour, je suis Madame Gaki.
Good morning. My name is Mrs. Gatimere, CNSS Congo. Good morning. My name is Otimba Frederic. I'm a special attaché from the Republic of Congo. Mrs. Bonu, in charge of cooperation at the ISSA of Côte d'Ivoire.
Jane Kitili from the National Social Protection Secretariat in the Ministry of Labor, Kenya.
Bonjour, moi c'est Mohamed.
Good morning, Mohamed Basiri Traoré, Director General of Social Protection and Solidarity Organization of Mali. Good morning, Usman Karim Koulibaly, Director General of the Institute of Social Security in Mali. Good morning, Dr. Boubacar Ndambele, Director General of the ISSA from Mali. My name is Isaka Sidibe. I'm Director General of the National Institute of Social Security in Mali. I'm the advisor to the Director of Health Insurance in Mali.
Bonjour, my name is
Good morning.
Director of the ILO here in Pretoria.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tulikama from Eswatini, the Kingdom of Eswatini, under the Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bongan Mazia, Deputy Commissioner for Cooperative Development, Eswatini.
My name is Emmanuel Magoti. I am a principal of a Social Protection Academic Institute of ASSA, and I am also a social protection researcher.
Good morning. My name is Laila Magimbi. I come from Public Service Social Security Fund of Tanzania. I'm representing Director General, but also as a member of ASSA, African Social Security Association.
My name is Dr. Osea Kili, the CEO of CPF Kenya and a council member of Africa Social Security Association.
Good morning. My name is Irene Bonge from CPF Kenya and a member of the Africa Social Security Association. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that side is finished. We come to Nigeria.
Good morning. My name is Uchenna Chibo, Director Operations, representing the Director General and CEO of National Identity Management Commission, Nigeria.
Good morning. I am Ahmed Habib Abdullah of the National Identity Management Commission, Nigeria.
Good morning. I'm Victoria Azuike from the National Pension Commission in Nigeria.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Charles Efe Sylvester Mkwate. I'm Commissioner Finance and a member of the Governing Board of the National Pension Commission of Nigeria, representing the Director General.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Makwiramiti from the National Department of Social Development, South Africa.
Good morning. My name is Dike Zaradao, Director Policy Development, Department of Home Affairs, South Africa.
Morning, delegates. I am Seihle Mtiane. I'm the Chief Director responsible for policy in the Department of Home Affairs, South Africa. Thanks.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Miburu.
Good morning, Miburu Emmanuel. I'm the CEO of the National Institute of Social Security in Burundi.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aka Denis Mooma, Permanent Secretary of Social Security in my country.
Uhisha.
I'm Serge Dangoisa, Director of Training and Pensions, as well as professional risks for the legal fraternity in Burundi. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Emmanuel Baminyekanye, Director of Pharmacies for the Director General of Public Services in my country. Thank you very much for inviting us to this meeting. Good morning, everyone. My name is Madam Fatima Mwinyi, Director General of the Seychelles accounting sector, and thank you very much. So thank you very much, honorable colleague. I'm from a representative of the Comoros. Thank you very much. Rezi Mwame. I'm from the Social Security Association of Chad. Good morning. My name is Abdurrahman, Director General of the Ministry of Public Employment in Comoros. Public Services, sorry.
Sir, I come from Ethiopia, Public Service Social Security Administration.
Thank you very much. My name is Asafa Manaye from Ethiopia, Public Servant Social Security. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ihab Khatir, Head of Strategic Planning and Client Service at the National Organization for Social Insurance in Egypt. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Yasmina Papa. I am Social Protection Specialist in ILO, based in Pretoria.
Good morning. My name is Eleni Hadis. I'm a Program Officer in ILO Addis Ababa.
Good morning. My name is Aida Awal. I'm a Chief Technical Advisor for the ILO based in Addis Ababa. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Lindy Spires, from President of Kroto ASSA Foundation, working also within the media.
Good morning to you all. My name is Tendai Guamombe. I am a journalist from Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Apologies. Good morning. My name is Sanda Mvana. I'm the Executive Director of the Agency for Social Enterprise and Solidarity Economy in South Africa. Thank you for inviting us.
Good morning. My name is Thabiso Modise from the National Department of Social Development, South Africa. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Nomaswazi Dlamini. I'm the Program Assistant with the ILO Pretoria office. Thank you.
Good morning, Yolandi Davids, Executive Assistant, Pretoria Office, ILO.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Philippa Lawrence, and I support the Institutional Development Unit at AUDA NEPAD.
Thank you. The AU team.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Dagmar Isalu from the African Union Commission.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lefoko Kesamang, and I'm from the division that deals with some of the programs that I share with my colleagues here. And I'm a focal point for disability rights, aging rights, the family in Africa, social protection, social policy, those 5 programs. And of course, I share social protection and as well as social policy with my colleagues here. Thank you.
Good morning, Evelyn Kempe, advisor at the African Union Commission. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Menta, Policy Officer, AUC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for this great introduction, which shows us and gives us a sense of the depth and the extensive experience that we have in the room that will help us to transact the business of the next 2 days. Madam CEO, Madam Tutsi, so this is the wisdom we have in the room. So we are glad that we will have a very robust and informative session in the next 2 days. The coffee is not yet ready, so they are saying we still need to work more to deserve the coffee. So now we are going to move forward. We are going to look at the objectives of this meeting. Our colleague Evelyn is going to make a presentation on the objectives of this meeting and the expected outcomes. Evelyn, where are you connecting? Please come through. So I think while we are connecting, let us thank the high table as they move down to take their seats. Perhaps we can give them a round of applause. That will be great. That will be great. Yes, thank you. I'm not sure where we connect with presentations.
You see there's a link? Merci beaucoup, Dr. Sabelo, pour cette introduction. Excellences, distingués invités, bonjour.
Excellencies, good morning, and once again, welcome to all and sundry at this coordination cooperation of social security institutions in Africa. Our desire is to recall very quickly the context that led us to organize this very first forum and first meeting. So, honorable delegates, distinguished representatives of the various ministries, you may recall that during the extraordinary session of the AU on social development, work and employment, organized in Abidjan in December 2019, it was decided by member countries to work towards the coordination of social security organizations, and it was requested that the Commission looks into facilitating this process. In Addis Ababa in 2022, during the ordinary session of the Technical Specialized Committee on Social Development and Employment, the terms of reference of the Coordination and Cooperation Forum of Social Security Institutions in Africa was presented and adopted by member countries. And following that meeting, the Commission was requested to facilitate the implementation of the said forum. So in this context, following the validation made in 2022, in 2023, and this was actually recalled by our partners in the framework of ISSA on social security, we then launched officially the Cooperation and Coordination Forum of the various institutions that work in the social security sphere. And Mrs. Zuma, who works in the Department of Social Security, also partook of this meeting. Therefore, on the basis of this broad description, this forum has been organized mainly to help these ISSA institutions to come, meet here, and exchange good practices and include them in the development agendas of member countries. And so the matter at hand is look at social security and to extend its reach, especially in the extension services, so that we are able to cover those who work in the informal sector in rural areas and migrant workers. We also wanted to try and see how far we have gone on social security and look at the financing part of it. And we would like, in terms of continental programs, look at the regional strategy for social security for Africa, so that we then introduce the main thrust of the institution on social security with regard to issues of management and social security. Of course, it is a matter for us in the framework of this very first forum to indicate, to clarify the terms of reference of this cooperation framework. Honorable delegates, during the 2 days of work that await us, we hope to improve our knowledge of good practices and lessons learned in terms of social protection and work alongside the various groups that require and depend on the efforts that we're going to make here, so that we see how best we can improve upon the objectives and how this cooperation forum is going to function in the future, so that we can initiate the broadening of this regional strategy in terms of social protection, and also, of course, to try and get to key recommendations on social protection. So very quickly, these are the objectives that await us and the expected results that are going to come out of this meeting. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Evelyn.
Thank you very much, Evelyn.
That the tea is ready, but thank you for highlighting the objectives of this meeting. So, colleagues and gentlemen, now we are going to take a break, and we will start with the family photo. The time is now 11:10. So we'll start with the family photo. We are expected to be back in the room. After 20 minutes. So after 20 minutes, we'll be back in the room. We are expected to be back in the room at 11:30. So for now, we are going for the photo. And our colleagues who are in the media and communication are already there and they are leading us. We meet at 11:30. Thank you. Enjoy your tea. South African tea. And I don't know whether it's South African coffee. We were yet to see. So our colleagues are already waiting us on the red carpet to take us to the place where we'll take a photo. And we would like to request the colleagues who are in the high table to be the first one there, as they will be in the front. 11:30.
The Free Movement Protocol advocates for removing restrictions on the ability of Africans to travel, work, and live within their own continent, giving all citizens across member states the right of entry, the right of residence, and the right of establishment.
We are saying to AU member states, as part of implementing the roadmap of the protocol, first, relax visas, and allow citizens to move.
In an age of free movement, we need to support countries to ensure they have the capacities for ever more robust border controls, but with a different posture, with a posture of facilitation rather than impeding because again, the vast majority of intra-African movements are bona fide movements. They should be facilitated, not impeded.
I always imagine that the free movement we have in our economies now, and the CFTA and the free movement of services, if we have the opportunity of having the free movement of people linked to it, imagine that. It means more jobs it will be created in the continent. It means more opportunities for our young people in Africa. It means more opportunities for skills development for these young generations. It means that they can have the opportunity to fulfill their aspiration within the continent.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for coming back. And we are going to continue with our program, having heard before tea time objectives presented. We're now going to move on to look. Allow me to take you through the terms of reference for Africa Social Security Coordination and Cooperation Forum. So these are the TORs for this forum, so that you can see the modalities that have been put in place, so that we can also see the value of this forum. But by way of introduction, we would like to indicate that the TORs have already been approved and endorsed by the African Union policy organs, the important one, the sector, the ministerial, which is responsible for this sector. And therefore, what we are doing now, we're just presenting for your appreciation, but they already have been approved and taken through the rigorous approval process. So, esteemed CEOs and Director Generals, the managers of social protection, Africa is pursuing the goal of decent work in a context of a labor market that is marked with high-level working poverty, precarious working conditions, prevailing poverty, prevailing especially in the informal and economy and rural sector. As low as 17% of the total population is covered by at least one social security benefit in Africa. You will agree with us that 17% is a bit low compared to the statements that we received earlier on the importance and how crucial is this social security, social protection. If the coverage is 70%, definitely that's a low percentage. Let us try to go back or move forward. Yes, so we were on this one to say social security coverage is also limited to 20% of workers in Africa. We are now in the world of work, in the workplace. There's only 20%. Challenges also exist on the access of migrant workers. So you can see generally we are talking about 17%, but when we speak about the workers, it's only 20% that are covered, and these are continental statistics. But when it comes to the migrant workers, social security and the portability of social benefits also in Africa leaves much to be desired. We are also mindful of the state of affairs during its ordinary session in Abidjan. The STC decided to work towards the coordination and cooperation between the social security institutions. This decision was taken colleagues and gentlemen, and now we are just implementing this decision. So the Pan-African Social Security Coordination and Cooperation Forum, which is this forum, the first forum originated from this STC that took place in 2019 in Abidjan. Moving on, so I think here was just to presenting some of the policy instruments that are related, that are linked to this stream of work that has brought us together here. There's Ouagadougou plus 10. Obviously, the uppermost and overarching policy instrument here is the Agenda 2063. And then we talk about Ouagadougou plus 10. We also look at the protocol. The AU has, in 2022, approved and also adopted the protocol on social security, social protection and social security. That was in 2022. But I'm sure some of us would have come across what we call the SPIRE, which is also Social Protection Plan. It's an AU instrument, Social Protection Plan in the informal economy and rural sector is usually called SPIRE, but also the Migration Policy Framework for Africa also encourages, particularly with regards to the migrant workers, encourages the social protection to be used to be extended to migrant workers. AFCFTA, so all these instruments are part of the literature that this forum will draw from. So the ASSA-CCF is a continental platform, colleagues, aiming at improving the well-being of all categories of workers in Africa, in line, but also the ordinary citizens, in line with the international standards, policy frameworks, and legal instruments at a continental and regional level. The forum plays a crucial role in the implementation of the AU legal and policy frameworks on social security, social protection. So this forum, esteemed CEOs and senior officials of the government from across the continent, this forum will play a crucial role in the implementation of the AU legal and policy framework, particularly those that focus on social security, social protection, poverty eradication, and those that work to provide equal justice to the citizens in Africa. The mission and vision of this forum. So the mission of this forum is to promote sustainable and inclusive social security systems for everyone in Africa, aiming at guaranteeing safety, health, well-being of workers and members of their families, improving productivity and competitiveness of African economies in accordance with the AU Agenda 2063. This is the vision, this is the mission of this forum. Its main objective, the main objective of this forum is that the institution is to provide a coordination and cooperation platform for non-binding dialogue on issues and opportunities related to social security management and their role in the development agenda of member states. So you can see that this is linked to the development agenda, but it provides a platform for all of us to exchange lessons, experiences, and best practices. This is what the forum will be doing. Later in the day or tomorrow, we will start having presentations from countries, just providing their experiences, countries providing their experiences, and some of the unique operational model that you have back home, and that will then facilitate, or that will already propel us to achieve one of the objectives of this forum, which is to information exchange, experience exchange, and as well as the exchange on best practices. So these are the specific objectives that are presented to you, ladies and gentlemen. One is to foster cooperation between national and regional social security organizations. So as it is here, we have an international, which is ISSA, a body. We have ASSA, which is also an African body. We've got African Union, so that at a regional, also at a continental level, we can be able to document some of the best practices. Two is to promote harmonization of social security legislations and policies in order to accompany the regional social and economic integration processes vis-a-vis portability of social protection benefits. Colleagues and gentlemen, you will recall that the vision of the African Union is to be an integrated continent, peaceful continent, and the last one is to be a prosperous continent. So by sharing experiences, we are also contributing to the vision of the African Union to be an integrated continent. Number three is to promote the principle of all workers' inclusive social security by working on the extension of social security to workers in the informal economy, rural sector, and ensuring access to social security for migrant workers and portability of social benefits, and by leveraging the synergy and complementarity of the contribution of the social security systems. We are yet to see how the issues of the portability of social protection. If someone is working in Uganda, are you able to move with your social security back to your country in Kenya? If you are working in South Africa, is there a modality for you to go back with your social security benefits back to Eswatini? These are the questions that we would like to learn more from your good selves, particularly with regards to the portability of social protection, because that speaks to the integration of systems across the continent on social security, social protection. Number four, contribute through advice and advocacy to the effective translation of social security legal instruments and policies of the Union into concrete programs. And that will get it from this august house, as well as monitoring and evaluation of these programs in order to enhance the African social model and the way of life. So you can see, distinguished gentlemen, that there are high expectations that the forum should achieve. Is also number five, to enhance the technical and administrative capacity of social security institutions through training, expertise, support, advisory services, exchange, and peer-to-peer learning programs, sharing of best practices. So we are committed as the African Union Commission to work with all the member states so that there is capacity building, there is training, there is peer-to-peer learning. So we will do our part, but we would like to invite you to also be ready to do your part. Now, coming to the membership of the forum, the social security institutions of the AU member states are members of the forum. They are represented by the directors general, as you introduced yourself earlier on, the CEOs, and all official delegates that have been designated. So membership is easy, just like that. There is no fee on the membership. As long as we are in the sector, we are already we are ready to work together. The meeting of the CEOs and DGs will be held on biannual basis and will report to the statutory meeting of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Social Development, Labor and Employment. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the element of accountability. Where does this forum, whatever we are discussing and we are putting together here, where does it go? It will go to the sector ministerial conference, which is usually in the language of the African Union, is called STC, Specialized Technical Committee. That's simply a conference for the ministers responsible for this sector on social security and social protection. So it's not just talks or we just talk. If there's a decision that needs to be made, it will be done through the STC, through the Conference of Ministers responsible for this sector. We move on. The forum shall also ensure effective representation of workers and employers in the meeting of the CEOs and the DGs. This is from a principle of tripartism, and the ministers responsible for this sector are ministers which are the ones that are responsible for ensuring that the principle of tripartism is alive and it is implemented at all material times. And therefore, if you hear that there are trade unions here, they are here because they are part of the tripartism. If you hear that there are employers here, they are here because they are part of the tripartism, they can join and also contribute and enrich the debates of the CEOs and DGs of the social security and social protection. The international organization observers can be admitted. Because we are talking about membership, that is how it goes. It's open. The international organizations can also contribute as long as they contribute to advancing social security and social protection. They are welcome. We move on to the organization of the office. So the office, your secretariat is the African Union Commission. That's your secretariat. Every time we want to organize the forum on social security, coordination and cooperation, the AUC, as we have done now, having been mandated by the ministers responsible for this sector, we have organized this meeting, and we thank you very much for coming to grace the inaugural meeting for the CEOs and the DGs on social protection, for social protection and social security. So with regards to the Bureau, the AU has a principle of, in terms of the coordination of work, of establishing bureaus. So there will be a bureau of the forum. So the bureau is usually formed by 4 or 5 countries on rotational basis. This we will then provide details at a later stage when it comes to formulation of the bureau. The bureau will consist of a chairperson, which then will be selected by CEOs, will be first vice chairperson, the second vice chairperson, and a rapporteur. Even the bureaus that are responsible for the sector, even at a ministerial level, we have these bureaus. They all operate on the principle of rotation, and we are usually assisted by the Office of the Legal Counsel. The Legal Counsel will assist us on the legalities and the rotation, and therefore they will guide us. For now, we are just providing information how this work will be coordinated. The members of the Bureau shall hold the office for a period of 2 years, or maybe renewable one, which will then be renewable once. The Bureau will meet at least twice every year. Colleagues and gentlemen, we are going through terms of reference of this forum. And here we were looking at how our work organization, how the office will be organized, and how the secretariat will operate, and how we are going to structure the work of the forum. We may not necessarily go through the functions of the Bureau, but I can just highlight that the Bureau will provide a political responsibility, or let us say an executive guidance on the work of the forum. Will also provide a follow-up on the implementation of the Code of Ethics to conduct developed by the members of the organization affiliated to the forum. Will also prepare and submit periodic and annual reports of the forum to the STC. STC, we said that's the ministerial, and perform such functions as directed by the STC. That is the body to which this forum will account to or will report to. So in case we have the chair, we are able to come up with a bureau, so the chairperson will then, of the bureau, will be responsible to provide this executive guidance and direction to the work of the forum, and that after 2 years, that bureau will then change in the context of rotation. In terms of finance, the social security institutions will bear the cost of their participation. So just like it happened for this meeting, where you were just invited. So at the moment, that is the provisions of the terms of reference, the reports of the forum. So once we have the chairperson of the forum will submit the report to the STC. So in other words, when we have the STC, the chair will be invited to come and make a presentation. The chair of the bureau of the forum will be invited to come and make a presentation to the conference of ministers. Decisions and recommendations of the forum will be linked to the decision-making structures of the STC. So all decisions and recommendations of the forum meetings will be taken on the basis of consensus. So we try all the time to generate adequate consensus on various issues, so that by the time we move forward, we have agreed on certain principles, and therefore they shall be forwarded. So any decision or recommendation shall be forwarded to the STC responsible for social protection and social security. Operationalization and amendments to these terms of reference. So these TORs, because they were approved by the ministers responsible for this sector, so any amendments entered into force after the validation and adoption shall be done through the STC. So any amendments to the TOR shall only be undertaken by the forum through its own motion, and therefore our discussion should, if we need to amend this or that, can be done now, but as a recommendation so that it goes to the STC. We thank you. Merci beaucoup. Siabong. So, colleagues and gentlemen, we're just going to open a short session for questions, queries, comments, compliments. All of those are welcome. So the floor is open for our comments based on the presentation of these TORs. Let me go back to the specific objectives so that we can remind ourselves. Nigeria.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. And considering this is the first
of the forum, and some of us are just here for the first time, and also, getting to understand the work that has been done so far. Are we going to get a copy of these terms of reference? Because I saw some instruments that you mentioned, some declarations that I personally am not very familiar with. So is there a way we're going to get a copy of these terms of reference?
Thank you very much for the question. We can respond quickly. In our initial communication, we had sent the TORs in our initial communication, but I would like us to test our how robust our database that we have developed now. So we will send the TORs, and if tomorrow or later in the day you are saying I have not received the TORs, then I will know that our database that we compile is not as robust as we desire. So we will do that, Madam. We will send the TORs. We have them in a PDF version, I would imagine. Thank you. Any other question, query, or comment, compliment? Yes.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'm from Mali. I would have wished to have a situation where for meetings of this nature that before we leave our respective cities that we be given the agenda of the meeting, thus allowing us to prepare ourselves and be in a position to see how the conference is going to be structured. Thus far, we have not received the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to say, was that which country was that? So thank you. We've taken note. We've taken note of that. So if there are no further comments on the TORs, if there are no further comments on the TORs, we see Uganda.
Thank you, sir. This delegation just wants to know, since the terms of reference, as you mentioned, were endorsed by the STC of ministers, when it comes to the Bureau of the Forum, the composition, are the elections going to be done in this forum or the STC? Or I'd just like some clarity and guidance on this issue, on this matter. Thank you.
A very good question. Thank you very much, Uganda. So for this meeting, because this is the inaugural meeting, we had not even come with, let me say, mandate to be part of any bureau of any form. So we will, when we do that, we will have our legal counsel, that they usually are the ones who support the African Union to form and to institute or the structures like bureau for certain forum. So we will do the same on this one. So once we are ready with the modalities, we will then forward this information to this forum so that we can indicate how we will conduct the work of electing and instituting the bureau. So we will not do it during this meeting. But that was an important question because now we are operationalizing the forum. Mozambique. Okay.
Sorry, I wanted to make a comment.
Yes.
Is it okay, Nigeria?
Oh, yes, Nigeria. Yes, kindly go ahead.
My comment is that I was impressed with the contribution of the head of organization from South Africa. And that relates to the first point of your objective that say foster cooperation between nations and regional social security organizations. And I'm actually happy and impressed with that objective, and I would like to appeal to other countries that we need to collaborate for the benefit of Africa. Because in terms of trying to sort out our own social economic problems, we might be helping the greater cause of Africa, whereby if we are able to solve the social security problems in our countries, that will reduce the number of migrations to other countries and ease the socio-economic problems that those countries would have. Hence, the need for us to collaborate so that we can improve on the various social interventionist schemes or tools that we need to deploy in our countries, thereby learning from the positives or the factors or the strategies or tools that might have been deployed in other countries that we think will be beneficial to our country. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished representative of Nigeria, for that contribution and compliment. So we will stop here with regards to the TORs. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll now dive deeper into the substance, and the next presentation will be done by ILO. We are on session 3. If you have a program in front of you, session 3, we are talking about the state of play of social protection in Africa. So there's transition to the next presentation. ILO, you're now going to take us through that so we can look at the state of play, the way forward, and the revision of the strategy. Over to you, ILO, and thank you for being here.
I think it is fair to say good afternoon. My apologies that the morning is full of different types of presentations and speeches. I will be really brief to enable more time for discussions as we go through this session where we are setting the scene. My name is Yasmina Papa. I am social protection specialist with ILO. I am based in Pretoria, and I am working in Southern and Eastern African countries. And I'm really glad to see some familiar faces here. I hope that the technology will work in our favor, because in order to set the scene, I've decided to show you some of the most recent data about social protection coverage, which has just been published in the World Social Protection Report, which is titled Universal Social Protection for climate change and just transitions. I think, yes, excellent. The presentation's up, so we can proceed. Really, thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to share this information with you. And I will not make any justice to the report. Report contains wealth of information, and I pulled out 6 slides. So I will always keep inviting you to go to our website and look at the report itself. So we can go to the next slide. Yes, this one. Sorry, we can stay on this one. So it gives actually the report gives 2 types of information. One, it looks at the global developments regarding social protection and coverage across life cycle. So classical social security risks. But it also places these risks in the context of climate change, just transitions. And it argues that social protection has a pivotal role in adapting to these risks and in mitigating them. However, we have not yet fully at the stage to use this role that social protection can play. Another novelty in this report is the fact that it presents trends in data. So it presents data from 2015 on coverage with social protection. Remember, 2015 is the year when the governments and the UN have come up with sustainable development goals and have set targets that we want to reach. So that's one set of data. The second set of data is from 2023. And huge thanks to line ministries and social security organizations around the world, and particularly from Africa, for compiling this data and sharing them with ILO. Because if it wasn't for you, we would never have this data and this information. So this is extremely important to bear in mind. ILO statistical data is only as good as the national data is. And this is why we want to encourage you to keep collaborating with us on data collection and data analysis for social protection. Now, let us go to the next slide and have like a really bird's view on what's happened from 2015 until now. So for the first time, we have more than half of the population globally covered with at least one social protection benefit. Greatest progress has been made in Asia-Pacific region and in Americas. Africa's progress is timid. It is there. But when we are talking about progress being timid, I think we always have to go back to the starting point and the situation that there was in 2015 and what happened between 2015 and 2023 to be able to see what has actually happened and why there has been no faster or accelerated progress. Now we can go to the next slide. I don't know how much you can see here, but I think this slide is extremely important as it shows this unequal position at the starting point. These dark blue bars show estimates for 2023, and the light blue bars show estimates in 2015. And actually, when you look at across the regions, you see that on working age population, extension of coverage has been relatively slow in most of the region. And when we look at Africa, we can see that there has been an investment into coverage of older persons, children, and as well of vulnerable persons who are receiving social assistance. Again, there is a huge gap when we are talking about working age population. And when we talk about extension of coverage to working age population, this clearly indicates that actually we have to look at it in the context of informal economy. Now, social protection institutions, ministries, and organizations cannot, in any country in the world, deal with informality, with informal employment and informal economy on their own. There are a number of others, higher level institutions in the countries that take leadership in this area. I think the question many times is, to which extent are social security institutions consulted when the plans to support transition from informal to formal economy are made? When and to which extent is your experience reflected in these national strategies? How strong is your voice in these discussions? So the data, I think, is telling us that we also need to be a bit more proactive with this regard. Now let us go to the next slide, which shows us the distribution of financing resources to coverage with at least one social protection benefit. So you see the blue bars are showing the coverage with one contributory benefit. And green bars are non-contributory benefits coverage. And when you look at the different sub-regions in Africa, we do see that non-contributory benefits prevail. Coverage with non-contributory benefits prevail. If we want to think why is that, one can say there's been a focus on leaving no one behind. And those who are most behind are those who do not have contributory capacity, are not part of national social insurance systems. That could be one reason. Second reason, again, informality. Third reason, let me ask maybe a little bit critical question. Third reason would be, do people trust in social insurance? Do they see benefits to which they contribute adequate and timely? So this is also an information around which we can frame some of the discussions that we will have in next 2 days. Now let us go. One question that I wanted to ask before we go to this slide is Northern Africa. Somehow Northern Africa has good share of people receiving at least one contributory benefit in comparison to other regions. What are they doing differently? Is the context so much different, or are social insurance institutions doing something innovative, something that the rest of us don't know? So this is something to also debate. We can go to the next slide, which gives us an information about legal entitlement to health protection. We are not talking about effective coverage, just legal, what's in the legislation. And we see that really legal frameworks across Africa have been improved. Now, the question is, how do we put legislation in practice? And that might be a bit of a challenge given financing. Now let us go to the last slide, I think. Again, invitation to you to read the report, skim through it, and take what you think is most important for you. The report does talk, again, about very specific roles that social protection can play in a context of climate risks and just transitions. But it is also extremely strong on saying that social protection has to get its basic approaches right. And it does have to start with strong baselines, and it has to start with the strong approaches to address life cycle risks, because we all are prone, and we all are facing these life cycle risks. We all get sick, we all get older, most of us have children. So these are some, and some of us lose jobs. So these are some of the issues that we really need to keep building strongly, so that the system would also be able to respond to new risks. The report talks about the role of social protection and social security institutions. It does reiterate, as it has been reiterating in the last edition and edition before that, that extension of coverage to informal workers is important, and that also social insurance mechanisms have to be adapted to reflect the realities of workers with in different forms of employment and with different contributory capacities. Now, there already is a wealth of this experience with adaptation of social insurance mechanisms in Africa. I think we are at the time when we have to examine thoroughly these experiences and see how they can be scaled up or transposed elsewhere, probably not in their original shape and form, but based on the context of the country to which they might be interesting or applicable to. And really the hope is that this afternoon and tomorrow we will be having a really thorough look into these experiences that you have had. Now, I will stop here, and I was asked to remind us all that there is also a social protection strategy 2021 to 2025. I believe many of you know about this strategy, and I will just rush through some of the slides because they talk strongly about the role of social security institutions. That's one. And the second one, I think it's worth reminding ourselves that the strategy promotes principles that are based on social security standards and ISSA guidelines, which is completely in line and applicable to your work. So we can go to the slide. I think some of this has been already mentioned in the introduction, so I will not repeat what was at the background of the development of the strategy, and we can go to the next slide. These are the underlying principles of strategy. And I believe each and every one of you working in social security institutions recognizes these principles as principles of good governance in social protection systems. We can go to the next slide, which is talking about action areas where the role of social security institutions is crucial. I would like to provoke and see what you think later on in the afternoon about this idea that the role of social security institution is important not only when it comes to social insurance, but also when it comes to social assistance, to non-contributory benefits. Because when we are promoting design of comprehensive social security systems, we are talking about combination and alignment of financing social security from different sources. That's one, so contributory and non-contributory. And second, we are talking about continuum of schemes and services. And some schemes will always be financed from non-contributory resources. So will services. The question is to which extent are social security institutions involved in these discussions on national level and in shaping components of national social protection strategies that address non-contributory benefits. We can go to the next slide, please. Health coverage we have already mentioned, so this is just for you to remind yourself. And here I would stop a little bit on the action point in the strategy, which talks about need to close financing gaps and ensure sustainable financing for social protection. And now, and I think somebody nicely pointed out earlier this morning that social security institutions' role in terms of discussions about national taxation systems and reforms in national social taxation systems are extremely important. We know the type of taxation on earnings, on incomes, on profits of companies, economic units, they all have influence on social protection financing. Are you part of these discussions on tax reforms, and to which extent can you influence them? To which extent can you show that that there is strong interplay between taxation and people's well-being and sustainable development? Now, I'll put on my hat of somebody who's also collaborating a lot with different other UN agencies on a country level. We know that UN agencies are working on and strongly promoting integrated national financing frameworks for sustainable development goals. Have they ever invited you to be part of these discussions? You are the people who know and have expertise and experience on how to finance sustainable goals that are on social protection, that are on decent work, if you wish, reduction of inequalities. To my knowledge, and my knowledge is not very extensive, I've not seen any social security institution in, let's say, 10 countries where I worked, and not only in this continent, but also in Central Asia, being invited to these discussions. So I take it as a little bit of a failure of the UN system as well to make sure that you are at the table on these discussions. I will stop here. And as I said, I've thrown in some numbers, asked some questions, and I hope they are relevant to you and for our discussions later in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ILO. And we are going to take, we'll go to the plenary later, take questions, comments, and clarifications. The next is ISSA. They are going to give us an overview of the state of play of social protection in Africa, the statistics, coverage, etc. Yes, please take a seat there. Thank you so much. Yes, you can come. I take it that you know him because I don't have you will introduce yourself so that they know who you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. I think it's okay. Yep. No. Oops. Good. Okay. So thank you again. Let me go through my presentation. Oops. So let me present some complementary overview of the developments in Africa, complementary to the excellent presentation of the ILO colleague. And so we are going to also go through some the figures, statistics, but especially some practices and some, let's say, implementation developments, and that most of you share with us. So I'm going to start briefly with an update about the ISSA structure, and now starting afterwards with an overview of the statutory systems and some points about social security coverage. That clearly is one of the main objectives, and but also challenges. Also remind some practices involving the protection of the population for a changing course, and we are going afterwards to focus and a couple of slides on the transformation innovation practices and in social security management. So the ISSA now has 329 member institutions in 163 countries. And the technical and the work is organized in technical commissions, 13 technical commissions, and the contact with you, with also members all around the world, is organized in different regional structures that I'm going to share with you again. And it was created in 1927 and with headquarters in Geneva, the auspices of the ILO. And the work, the mandate from that time was to support the implementation of the social policies, and this is what the ISSA does, and let's say all this time. Globally speaking, the ISSA is organized in a number of regional structures, and if you can see there how it's, they are organized in different regions and sub-regions. And particularly in Africa, what I mentioned this morning is that there are the 5 liaison offices covering different parts of Africa, different groups of countries that also share the challenges and also let's say solution approaches. But again, it's important to highlight the linguistic structures, especially Portuguese speaking, that it's quite active now with African members and also Americas members from Americas and Europe. Now going to the state of play of social security systems in Africa. Let's start with the statutory social security schemes, which are the backbone of social security systems. It's very difficult to develop social security systems if they are not anchored in the laws and the regulations. And this is based on the ILO and the Convention 102. So if we go through the different branches and how the different countries in Africa and cover these branches, we can see the developments in this sense. So what we can see is that, and this is based on the data that you shared with us and for social security programs for the world, among the 50 countries in Africa, and the 50 countries and have benefits for old age, disability, and survivors. So we can say that the developments for old age pensions are very high in Africa. This is followed by developments in accidents, health, sickness, and maternity, with less countries and providing benefits and accepting and employer liability and the only mechanism. But we see that and the health and long-term care benefits are growing in the laws and 35 countries, sickness and maternity 33, accidents at work and occupational diseases 37. It's a growing area also in Africa, which is very positive because it has a lot to do with workers. Unemployment is a type of a scheme that is least and developed, and only 8 countries in Africa have the unemployment insurance benefits and branches, and family and household benefits are more or less developed with 30 countries. So this also gives an idea and complements the figures shared by the ILO colleague in terms of developments in Africa in terms of coverage. And this is also the backbone for the development of different type of coverage, legal and effective coverage. And social security coverage, it's one of the most important objectives, and there are a number of the progress and challenges. The important progress and extending social security coverage to new population groups, and the list of countries, I know it's a bit unfair because I took only the latest developments, so maybe not including in some countries that develop the projects some years before. But what we can say is that there are mandatory coverage of self-employed and on progress in Cote d'Ivoire, Egypt, and Morocco, and voluntary in Nigeria and Zambia. And the quasi-totality of countries have enacted social protection legislation to achieve universal social security coverage, including social protection floors. And this is also part of the backbone and for the development and the social security systems and the universal coverage. And there are developments to highlight in Cabo Verde, South Africa, and Tunisia. Health coverage, it's another dimension also of the social protection, and that also has their own structures. Many times, health coverage is more related to the health ministries and health administrators. But we know that the interconnection between the social security, social protection, and health and the medical services is crucial. It's crucial to protect the population, but it's also crucial to extend coverage, because one of the incentives for workers, especially low-income workers, is to provide health services. And there have been important developments in this sense, by complementing contributory and non-contributory financing, but also supporting the low-income populations with subsidies, in Egypt, Morocco, Rwanda, Senegal, Tanzania, Togo, and Zambia. And again, it's very likely I'm unfair, I'm forgetting some developments, but this is also to show that there are a number of countries, a number of your countries and your institutions that are working in this sense. The next point is about increasing the policies and measures to cover workers in the informal economy. This is one of the most important challenges, not only in Africa, but also worldwide, because the informal sector workers are workers, but they face a number of barriers to enroll and to formalize their participation in social security systems, but also their work also in general and in the let's say social in the tax system and in general the state administration. And there are a number of innovations to enroll these people, to affiliate these people in Angola, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Niger, and Tunisia. And many of these experiences are based on the practical approaches to reduce the barriers and to incentivize and the workers, these informal workers, to enroll in Social Security. As the ILO colleague mentioned, there are important lacks of information and awareness about the importance of enrolling in Social Security. And of course, for a worker who is counting the money for the month or for the day, and the main challenge and the main concern for these persons are not the Social Security affiliation. So it's important to reach these people and to inform and to let them know the advantages and the support that they can have and to be enrolled in Social Security system. So, in this area, there are promising developments, but also challenging. And again, the challenges that you face to enroll informal workers are also shared in other regions, and the practices and the approaches can be interesting also to apply in different areas. This is a slide that the ILO colleague already showed, but it also shows that the importance of the effective social protection and the coverage. Now let's move ahead in the type of let's say, and the support and the type of benefits that Social Security system provides. Because at the end, coverage it's to support the population through their life course. And if we are talking about different type of benefits, there have been developments in Africa related to social protection interventions that play an increasingly important role in supporting families and children. And I would like to remind that our host in South Africa and the Department of Social Development won the ISSA and the GPA and the Good Practices Award and in 2023 on a good practice related to this type of protection. Many reforms now going to the workers and protect and enhance social health protection, notably to protect vulnerable population, and this is also an important part of the benefits and the developments that institutions are carrying out. Now going to the more challenging area, which is employment and employment protection and unemployment insurance. There have been several job creation and employment promotion initiatives to support economic formalization and to extend coverage. So I think it's important to say that in an area in which African countries are not very much developed, which is employment, there are initiatives, interesting initiatives, many of you have working with that, in collaboration with companies, with employers, with startups, and especially trying to focus on the younger people socioeconomic potential. And because this is an important the potential and opportunity that you have. And again, with workers' protection, there are promising developments on occupational safety and health and prevention strategies, and all the different approaches of prevention, Vision Zero, and different areas to prevent accidents and to protect workers are really developing quite a lot in Africa, and this is something to also to highlight. And going to the final branch and improvement protection of age populations related to extended coverage of elder age pensions schemes, especially on social pensions. There have been in the last year an important development in this area in Africa, which enable to protect the most vulnerable age population. So this is related to the, let's say, to the type of benefits, to the branches. And let me talk now about the transformation part on the institutional and the management and innovation. So management transformations are key enablers to the social security, social protection developments. And in this sense, we can identify important developments in terms of digital transformation plans and the adoption of technologies such as biometrics. And all these developments are aligned with the protection of the population to, most of them, improve the coverage, social security coverage, and with the difficult to cover groups, but also to support the internal work to carry out the mission of the institutions. And there are developments in this sense in Nigeria, Angola, Eswatini, Kenya, Rwanda, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, Tunisia, and Zambia. Again, there are many countries that are not putting on the list, but I also like to remind that the Nigerian colleagues won the Innovation Award and last year, and with the medical records implementation in Algeria. And this also shows the innovation, the level of innovation that these countries, these institutions are putting into practice. One of the main areas in terms of work of institutions is service delivery, and there have been a lot of improvements through mobile applications and customer-centric services. And mobile applications are not a new area in Africa. Maybe we can say that the latest developments in mobile applications come from Africa, and you are the most important innovators in this area. And there have been evolutions to connecting the mobile applications to different type of systems, but also let's say focusing on the different type of customers in order to be more effective in the interaction and the provision of services. And this is when we are talking about coverage extension and improvement of services to the population, service delivery, and the application of technologies, they play a key role. And this is a way to reduce the barriers and to enroll the beneficiaries, to enroll the workers, of course, and working on a customer-centric approach and trying to identify the ways to better reach the workers and the population. Last but not least, the social security system, contributory social security systems need to collect contributions. And there have been a number of improvements and developments in the area of the reinforcing and strengthening contribution collection and compliance systems in Africa. So there are developments in Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Kenya, Morocco, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. And again, this is important because for contributory systems, it's crucial to have effective and efficient contribution collection that also work with the contributors, mainly employers, but also self-employed that also put specific challenges to pay contributions. Now let's go to the institutions' capability, because this is about the services that the social security institutions have to provide. And as we mentioned this morning, and also the speakers highlighted, the institution's capacity is crucial to achieve their mandate, and is crucial to achieve the social security and the mandate in the different countries. And the institutional capacity will be critical to implement efficient and resilient social security systems. In this sense, we identified a number of improvements for capacity building and improving governance in Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Egypt, Gabon, Libya, Morocco, Seychelles, South Africa, and Tanzania. And these practices are related, many of them, with the reinforcement of the staff capacity, for example, and the training and the new human resource management approaches that are crucial to develop this institutional capacity. And these are aspects that many times, by focusing on the service delivery, we forget, but again, they are equally important. And they're also improving institutional resilience and response capacities. And we heard this morning about the climate and the issues in South Africa last week. And this is something that is happening and everywhere. The colleagues of the ILO focus on that in the World Social Protection Report. And so there, it's important that also institutions develop this capacity to be more resilient, to ensure the continuity of their services, but also to increase their readiness and to increase the response capacity. And there are developments in Madagascar, Namibia, Uganda, South Africa, and Tunisia to improve this resilience capacity, but also response to face these new type of challenges that are not completely new, but clearly now they're accelerated, and the societies and the countries expect that the social security structures provide the support to the population impacted by these issues. There are also increased experiences of interinstitutional coordination and public-private partnerships. I didn't want to put more details, but this is also an important part because it's very difficult to carry out and to face all the challenges that we are talking just alone without a proper interinstitutional coordination and partnership relations with other actors in the countries and actors in the region. So, but this, of course, it's easier to say than to do, and this requires and the practices, approaches, formalization of and the MOUs, and also a culture of collaboration and partnership. And there are some countries that have developed that, let's say, more, other countries less. And in any case, it's a type of and the capacity that institutions and in general the social sectors in the countries have to develop. To finalize, we like to highlight the important developments in social security in Africa, notably extending coverage, which enables to improve social protection during the life course. And this is important to highlight, although the challenges and although all what is still to be done, and because they are ongoing and the work more in the regulatory, but also in the implementation. It's important also to remind that resilient social security systems and institutions are essential to meet the societal needs. Now, the societal needs are very diverse, and it's very difficult to address them branch by branch and topic by topic. And this requires a resilient capacity on the systems, the societies, and also the institutions. And again, social security institutions are playing a crucial role in implementing social security systems. And because they are the ones that are reaching the beneficiaries, that are reaching the contributors, that are also keeping the information about the programs, and are the ones that enable to develop the long-term programs and long-term benefits, because they have the information and the institutional capacity. And this capacity has been a key enabler to implement high-impact programs. And to finalize, transformation and innovation in management are key enablers for improving institutions' capacity. It's very difficult to carry out all this mission without a modern and an effective management, and without improving the technological capacity, the human resource capacity, and the collaboration, the interconnection capacity with other actors in the country, but also in the region and internationally speaking. And this is also related to the objectives of protecting the migrant workers, which goes through the borders of the countries and definitely requires information exchange and collaboration between the countries that are going to receive that, and the migrant workers are going to send and receive migrant workers. So thank you very much, and I hope that we can also discuss these points in the afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ISSA. So you can take the seat, and then we're supposed to be having lunch with, we are 4 minutes past 1, but I'll be guided by Sabelo and his colleagues. We open for plenary. They will tell me where to stop and when to stop. If it was before tea time, I was not going to allow it. I was so hungry. But since I had some niceties during tea time, so we can go as far as we go. But anyway, I'm stand to be guided by them as to how many minutes they want to give us. You can show by raising your hand if you want to address whatever you want to address to the two panelists who made the representation here. Okay. I can't see your country name.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sierra Leone.
Sierra
Okay.
Leone.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank very much to the presenters. They have presented a lot of statistics. And in the presentation from ILO, she mentioned that the data presented here is as good as the data that is supplied by the respective countries. As an umbrella organization that supervises those different countries, what structures have you put in place to ensure the quality of data that is fed into your general depository of data? Because I have a feeling that there is some level of underreporting on the number of social protection interventions from the various countries that you have reported on. If you take a look at respective countries, various institutions, departments, and agencies are involved in some form of social protection activities. But when data is requested, most often it is the state institution that is responsible for social security that provides that data, which to me grossly underreports the various interventions at that level. Then also, the second question, probably both of them, anyone can pick that up. It's with regards to setting up multiple structures. We now have several regional and sub-regional institutions that have been formed to administer or to superintend social protection interventions. How much strength and capacity have we provided to those institutions? It's not just about setting up the institutions, but giving them the relevant support, the relevant capacity for them to operate such that incrementally we would expand coverage to the hard-to-reach areas that we want. That's the two questions meant for that.
Thank you so much. Okay, let me get another hand. Yes, at the back there.
Thank you so much. I think it's not a question directed specifically to the previous presenters, but also an opportunity to reflect on the contribution, especially because there's a key question around financing social protection benefits and maybe contributions that would come from non-contributing sources. And obviously, it seems that most of this, the benefits would be derived from tax bases of contributing countries. So obviously, if the tax base itself is diminishing, and in countries maybe where there are other benefits, for instance, if you think about South Africa, corporates also contribute through corporate social investments and instruments like that. But that benefit is directed straight to the individual beneficiaries. I wonder if then it could be a coordinated policy that the beneficiaries of those tools as the state itself or institutions that are supporting the state to broaden that scope of or the magnitude of the resources, whether through instruments in legislation or policies that are coordinated and monitored at the state level. It's just a point for reflection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another hand, if any, so that then they can respond. Okay, I can see, yes, I can see Mali at the back there.
Merci.
Thank you very much to the various presenters for the quality and clarity of their presentations. Allow me to ask a question so that I understand the strategy which was evoked by the first speaker, so that we can carry out a transition from the traditional economy to a new form of economy. So we need some robustness to advance the cause of social security in our various countries, and also the manner in which coverage is going to be shared. Because today there are sufficient data that allow us as African countries to delve further into the issues at hand, so that what is informal today moves to the transition that is being promoted by ITU.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I can. Thank you so much. I realize there's no request for the floor, so I'm going to, somebody said sorry here. Yes.
Yeah, me. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for your wonderful contributions. My question is to the first contributor from the ILO. Your data corroborated that of the ISSA presenter when he did say that I think Africa's coverage is about 17%. You did mention that in Asia and in the Americas, that their coverage level is higher. What I'm trying to say is that, are there efforts, or have you made efforts in order to maybe organize a forum where organizations from those countries will collaborate with those in African countries so that we can learn from their own experience and the strategies they must have adopted in order to improve our social protection programs? Thank you.
Thank you. Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you to the two speakers for the presentations that allowed us to learn a lot more. Now, my question is addressed to the representative of ILO with regard to the participation of a social security organization in determining taxes. If I got her right, she underlined the fact that across the world there are no institutions of social security that work towards the determination of the tax ceilings, so that the taxes thus arrived at can then help populations get greater benefits. So how are we to participate effectively to the determination of taxes across the continent? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you want to ask a second question? I think you will be done for this session. Yes.
Moi, c'est moins une question.
Well, it's rather a suggestion that I want to make.
J'ai dit que
I was saying that it's rather a contribution rather than a question. I think it relates to the first presentation we listened to this morning, where the lack of social protection is something that is linked to the fact that there has been insufficient investment. And I wanted to add to that it is also related to the lack of education and to lack of social protection as well. Therefore, we need to come up with an initiative where we create in the schools and universities we have to come up with an initiative allowing us to establish in the schools and universities initiatives that would allow us then to share a message that promotes social security, so that students from the word go are able to better understand the notions that govern social protection, so that they're able then to share that knowledge with the population, so that we promote further social protection. So if we are able to implement those initiatives, it will give us a good foundation for that social security. And we could also add to that a number of expertise and training modules that are going to help us prepare the future employers and employees of our countries, so that they're able to ensure that legislation for social protection is advanced further. I think they're going to do so throughout their professional career, because thus far we have not attempted this experience. If you look at our economic space, I think it's mostly dominated by declarations of either taxes or social contributions. So that is due to the manner in which we tackle these problems in our societies, and it's not intergenerational. Thank you.
Okay, yes, there is a request from Rwanda. I hope I'm not overloading you. Am I? Oh, okay, I think after Rwanda, then they will be responding. Sorry.
Thank you. First, to start with appreciating the presenters for great presentations they shared with us. Mine is a request from the data we have seen to be more specific about gender equity. We talk about not leaving anyone behind, the percentages that are increasing over time, but it's not clear how many women are part of that. And I think it's an important point we should not forget to ensure that we are very specific and intentional on ensuring that women and youth are equally being brought up and represented in these numbers that we share. Thank you. So requesting that going forward, if it's possible, we can have a more detailed breakdown showing consolidation, but also breakdown in terms of gender to ensure we're not leaving our sisters and mothers behind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me allow our experts and to respond to questions. There are just a few who said ILO, or the rest, they were just asking you, both of you, to respond. So you will agree on how you are going to share the responses. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for all these questions, which actually shows that there's a lot more that we need to do together. In terms of capacity for data collection, and that also links to the issue of which data is presented. Let me address that set of questions together. There have been there have been attempts to improve the capacity to collect data and the knowledge about data collection. That whatever is done is never enough. I think we can agree on that. Always can be done. More can always be done. But I have to say that, and you probably know, there is a social security inquiry, which is a standardized framework for social protection data collection. And it is not extremely difficult framework to collect national data. However, the underlying point under the SSI, Social Security Inquiry, is that the data that is collected corresponds to Convention 102 and guarantees and risks stemming from Social Security Convention. That's for comparison purposes. Only if we compare apples and apples across countries, we can come with some conclusions. Now, many countries have different other schemes, which are not always, as you said rightly, which are not always recorded and presented in Social Security Inquiry. And yes, more has to be done in that way. And we would encourage you as Social Security institutions to propose what on national level can be done to some of these schemes that are extremely important and based on national definitions are included in national Social Security inquiries and recorded on the international level. That's one. The second thing, why is it important? Why is it important, but also very difficult to trace all investments in social protection programs, and there are a number of them per countries, is because we very often don't know in sectoral budgets what is for social protection. We had a workshop a couple of months ago in Dar es Salaam, and colleagues from Rwanda were there. And we were looking into sectoral budgets. I don't know, agriculture, for example. You would never, we know intuitively and we see that agriculture actually contributes. Agricultural sectoral budget can contribute and contributes a lot to social protection. You don't really see it because there is no marker. So when you have the budget allocation, which is for, let's say, community-based support towards health, and it's in the budget of the Ministry of Agriculture, not everybody will necessarily know that and will not report about it. This is why we need to mark budgets for social protection, and now I will advocate for my colleagues in employment sector. That for employment programs, that's even more difficult or less known. We need to mark them to be able to really record everything that is going on. Another issue that keeps coming up is actually the pension systems. Many countries have pension systems based on individual accounts. Do they show in national accounts? No, because these are people's individual accounts. So you see, we don't know everything that's going on. and much more, it's much more dynamic, much more is going on. Now, in terms of learning and capacity development from other regions, we see extremely useful practices in Latin American countries, particularly when it comes to extension of coverage with social protection and adaptation of social security instruments. They have started implementing them probably a decade ago, and now there are some lessons learned, and we see what are the pros and cons. And you're absolutely right, we should focus more on South-South collaboration. Maybe this is something that through ASSA and ISSA we can do next year. Maybe this is the forum where this can be discussed. We consolidate what we have here, and then let's reach out. And then finally, with regards to taxation, I was saying that in my experience, I have not seen social security institutions in most countries where I worked, being involved in discussions about tax reform. And from the perspective of social protection, this seems to me like missed opportunity, because it is important that really you are involved in depth into these discussions. Maybe you are, and I just don't know. That's one. And the second one is the issues of financing and financing for sustainable development goals. There are frameworks on country level that are promoted through UN system on how to finance sustainable development goals. And I think social security institutions have extremely important role in these discussions.
Thank you. Just to complement the point about experiences on coverage extension to the informal sector. Indeed, there are interesting experiences that started in, let's say, an approach started in South America, and which is a subsidized and a contributory system. The idea is to, instead of, let's say, the country investing in the funds and the social assistance, the idea is to invest the funds and to enroll the low-income workers and that are working in the informal sector, that they don't enroll, and that because they don't have let's say the possibility to pay the contributions. So this way, let's say there is a tax base and the subsidy to the contributions of workers to enroll into contributory system. And this is a model called the monotax, monotributo, and family-like and approach that it worked very well. And in terms of formalization, in terms of let's say putting these workers in the workers track and taking them out and let's say from poverty and especially just from social assistance track. On the other hand, this also involves a number of challenges because when we are talking about subsidies, and you have to clarify the rules, and because everybody will want to have a subsidy, so it has to be clear and to got and the workers and applies that. And this is very let's say depending on the country's reality. So there are some experiences and some approaches that can be replicated, that this one in general and of subsidies, but at the end, the different the categories of workers, especially in the formal sector that I'm going to, and that can be enrolled, that can be supported, can be subsidized, and has to be assessed in the countries depending on the, let's say, on the reality, and especially how these and the workers can move to other categories and that are more the normal ones. Another type of approach to improve the coverage are related to the administration, because many times for these workers, the formalities and the administration and the requirements to enroll and to pay contributions, especially to follow up the different, let's say, obligations, are too complicated for them. And many times already for small employers, the administrative requirements are complex. For self-employed, especially low income, and are much more. So, and these experiences also simplified a lot the administrative requirements. They also they put together a number of the collection of taxes and contributions, social security contributions with the tax administration. So also reduce the complexity in this sense. And this also was quite important and factor for to increase the coverage in this among these population groups. And just to jump to another question, it's the one related to the awareness, and I'm going to switch to French to respond to the colleague formally. So, le collègue du
the colleague from Mali who asked a question about social security. Yes, indeed, it is an important topic, as you so rightly pointed out. When people are not properly informed, they will not be conscious of the benefits of social security and the solidarity that is required for us to be able to share the benefits with the rest of the population. And we have to also bear in mind that if the budgets are too limited, people will not be encouraged to make contributions. So we need to educate, to create awareness at various levels of the workers so that they understand the importance of this exercise through videos, through other education materials, so that workers from that standpoint of view understand that there is also other data that is on the employers. And so there are various experiences in terms of education that starts from primary school and secondary school, where children are taught the basics of labor benefits and social security across their countries, so that they're able to share that. So if you're interested, we can then discuss it later and give you additional information. Usually that information does not make part of the terms of reference of Social Security, but we can include them in the curriculum of school-going children, so that they are made aware of these challenges And we can do that with public education, and we did that in our area, and it did work. So we can discuss on how it works. Experience does exist, and we can discuss it at a later stage. Thank you.
I don't know whether the distinguished guest from Kenya, would you mind maybe dealing with them as we go for lunch? I was given up to a minute ago, or should I? Okay, yes. Let me give you 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to pick up from where my colleague from Rwanda had left it. And I think in this whole discussion, we don't seem to be bringing in the children component into social security. We only seem to be addressing children up to the age of 5. Between 5 and 18, we don't seem to be having any clear focus in terms of how do we want to deal with them. And I think we need to start having that conversation, because that is where now we are going to have a problem of children getting into child labor. We don't have to wait for them to get into child labor. We can mitigate it a bit earlier. So I felt out of the statistics that we are seeing, that is one gap that we need to address. Thank you.
Very quickly, yes, fully in agreement. And let us recall Durban Call for Action and the role of social protection in combating and preventing child labor. Extremely important element of going really deeply into situations of different age group, into situation of population based on different age groups and breaking it down. I think we have some of this information in global database, but I could not present it here today. It would be going too deeply. That's one. And second, I think I heard the issue of gender equality. Yes, data is disaggregated based on sex to an extent possible. And again, to be able to design the strategies and the actions that will really respond and people will respond to them, we need to go back to the source. So what is the situation of this woman working in, I don't know, coffee value chain with 5 children? And her husband is a migrant worker but cannot send money back. And on this example of the family, I think of one family, we have questions for the afternoon to respond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me, can we give them a round of applause? Thank you so much. And you really did a good job in your presentation, even the response. You memorized everything. I need to come and learn from you how you memorized all these responses, and you responded very, very well. Well, thank you so much. You can, yes, thank you. Now, as Sabelo comes up to tell us what social protection coverage we have this coming hour, let me just in closing make mention of the fact that the African Union has got 2 critical instruments or policy instruments that I need just to close with. The other one that has been mentioned earlier is the African Union Social Agenda 2063, and Pillar 9 talks about informal economy, and there is a coverage of almost 18 paragraphs on migrant workers. The last one is the protocol that Sabelo has mentioned, Article 3, which mentions social protection as a right. Article 5 talks about informal and rural economies. And the last article that I want to mention is Article 7, which talks about cross-border migration and migrants and internally displaced persons. These are a very good reference for our discussions for now. And just to appeal to member states, it is very, very critical that we ratify this protocol so that it comes into force, and then we'll be able to have some legal instrument that can help us deal with issues of social protection in Africa, and everyone will be covered. Over to you, sir.
For a round of applause for Ntatele Foko for moderation. Thank you very much, colleagues. So we are going to, having absorbed all this and contributed to this information, we are going to break for lunch. So mine here is to confirm that food security is secured. We will break now. The time is 1:30. So we will be back in the room at 2:30. 1 hour. Let me see where lunch is served. We are informed that lunch is served in the restaurant. I think the restaurant, as you go down the corridor, go straight, there's a restaurant. There's a restaurant there. So we're back in the room at 2:30. Bon appetit.
The AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, is a free trade area that comprises 46 countries who have deposited their instruments of ratification. The most recent countries are the Comore Islands and Mozambique. And I'm very happy that between these two countries, or with the addition of these two countries, we have 46 countries that have ratified the agreement establishing the AfCFTA. Only one country has not signed the agreement establishing the AfCFTA, and we are working with that country. With the countries who have not yet ratified, it's not because they have a political opposition to the AfCFTA or because they have a different view. They just have to go through the domestic process of consultations to enable the private sector, civil society, to better understand the AfCFTA so that the governments can ratify. We're building a market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars. By the year 2035, the AfCFTA market, the combined GDP of the AfCFTA market is estimated to be close to 7 trillion United States dollars. That means that there are opportunities for small medium enterprises, for young entrepreneurs to export across regions of the African continent and to take advantage of this vast market. However, if we don't have an integrated single market, we will not be able to achieve the positive projections that many around the world have made about the potential of the AfCFTA. For example, the World Bank has projected that by the year 2035, the AfCFTA has the potential to lift 100 million Africans out of poverty, to contribute over $450 billion to Africa's GDP, and to boost intra-Africa trade by over 80%. This positive projection and the potential for small medium enterprises and young entrepreneurs will not become a reality if we do not accelerate implementation of the AfCFTA. But as I said earlier, I'm very pleased that we now have 46 countries who are in implementation mode of the AfCFTA.
The right to enter and exit member states across Africa and move freely within them, coupled with the freedom to move goods unrestricted across the continent. These are seen as key drivers for boosting Africa's economic development. The implementation of measures to promote free movement can be considered as prudent practice and even fundamental elements to breaking down the barriers that have limited economic and social integration throughout the continent and, sadly, even weakened the spirit of Pan-Africanism. The path towards transformation of Africa into a free movement zone and removing prohibitive restrictions was first conceptualized in 1991 in the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, also referred to as the Abuja Treaty, which offered a founding framework for continental integration and set out key objectives for Africa's regional economic communities, including promotion of economic, social and cultural development, and the integration of African economies in order to increase economic self-reliance, development, mobilization, and utilization of the human and material resources of Africa in order to achieve a self-reliant development, and promoting cooperation in all fields of human endeavor in order to raise the standard of living for Africans and enhance economic stability. The African Union's blueprint for the continent's social, political, and economic development and integration, enshrined in Agenda 2063, recognizes free movement as a key element in achieving the continent's development goals and aspirations by allowing Africans to travel, work, and live within their own continent. Agenda 2063, Aspiration 2, outlines the role that an integrated continent will fulfill. And this initiative is further galvanized by the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, which specifies 3 rights which are necessary for the implementation of the goals of the Abuja Treaty. Namely, the right of entry, where African citizens shall have the right to enter, stay, move freely, and exit the territory of an AU member state in accordance with the laws, regulations, and procedures of the host country. The right of residence, where African citizens shall have the right of residence in the territory of any AU member state, and the right of establishment, where African citizens shall have the right to set up in the territory of the host of any AU member state as a business, trade, profession or vocation, or an economic activity as a self-employed person.
The protocol on the free movement of people enables people to ensure that they are able to travel across Africa visa-free. That's the essence. It is also going to facilitate a right of residence and right of establishment. So, giving the example of a business person from Lesotho, if they want to set up a business in Kenya, under the protocol, they would have every right. They can establish that. If somebody wants to reside in another African country other than their country of origin, they have the right to do that. And then, most important, it is also going to facilitate a mutual recognition of professional qualifications. At the end of the day, your qualifications, if you are from Lesotho, should be able to be recognized in another African country. So those are the benefits that it offers.
The commitment to Africans moving in their own continent is a top priority, therefore. It's the top priority. And this is why the idea of free movement of persons then became one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. You cannot talk of continental free trade agreement, goods and services, right? Moving across borders without labor and business people. It doesn't make sense. It will not make sense. So that is why, therefore, the protocol that was signed, I think, in 2016, is extremely important because it allows Africans to feel at home in their own continent.
With the current exponential growth of Africa's youth population, the transformation of the continent into a prosperous, peaceful, and integrated powerhouse can only become a tangible reality when the walls come down between member states and free movement for people and goods is implemented. As provided in the African Continental Free Trade Area, free movement between countries will require the harmonization of immigration and other laws, infrastructure, and updated institutional practices, while also opening up commercial and job opportunities for Africa's youth, and thus contribute meaningfully to the demographic dividend. In essence, free movement cannot and does not exist in a vacuum. The free movement paradigm also converges with other continental ambitions of integration across Africa today, namely promoting Pan-African identity and social integration, promoting intra-African trade and commerce, incentivizing tourism and leisure travel from inter-African travelers, improving knowledge transfer and skill sharing, bolstering trans-border infrastructure and resources, facilitating labor, mobility and diversification, and improving legal protection and human rights for all citizens. These long-term benefits, coupled with the legal safeguards contained in the African Union's Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, will ensure protections for all nationals.
We cannot have free trade without free movement. If we don't have free movement, how we can move goods? How our citizens, our young people can move and have job opportunity and to study we have good universities. We have to go with free movement to allow our citizens to move within our continent.
I always imagine that the free movement we have in our economies now, and the CFTA and the free movement of services, if we have the opportunity of having the free movement of people linked to it, imagine that. It means more jobs, it will be created in the continent. It means more opportunities for our young people in Africa. It means more opportunities for skills development for these young generations. It means that they can have the opportunity to fulfill their aspiration within the continent.
The Agenda 2063 flagship projects of the Single African Air Transport Market and the Commodities Strategy are inextricably linked to that of free movement on the continent. Moreover, the Single African Air Transport Market is predicated and reliant upon the ability and free movement of people to fly into one another's national airspace, while the Commodities Strategy will only be a viable framework if goods transported between member states are able to leave and arrive unhindered without interference between neighboring countries. These linkages illustrate the pivotal role that free movement will play in the sphere of not only political integration for Africa, but also its social and economic impact on the shifting demographic related to labor and other trends across the continent.
The movement of capital, the movement of physical technology, the movement of raw materials goes in tandem with the movement of people. The people will go and trade, the people will go to work. I'll give you a very good example, is the marathon that is being produced in Rwanda. If we speak right now, Rwanda is struggling because of the coronavirus, because they are getting all the inputs from China. What if we are producing all the inputs from Africa? The marathon will be an African phone, completely. It's still an African phone by way of saying that the minerals come from Africa, but there is when you look at the rules of origin, those minerals go to China or other countries, they turn them into chips, into micro other inputs, and they come back to Rwanda for assemblement. So we don't want to assemble. We want to have the whole integrated value, the whole value chain, that one country produces these minerals, another one produces chips, another one produces, then you come and produce a whole phone or a whole laptop, a whole computer, a whole... Electronics would be a very good example.
I like to think of the Free Movement Protocol, the Joint Labour Migration Program, the Single African Air Transport Market, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as being four wheels of a vehicle. If one of those wheels does not move right, the vehicle will possibly grind to a halt or perhaps just not move as smoothly. And we encourage in our discussions with member states as well as with the AUC, we encourage them to look at them as going hand in hand. And this is particularly important in the context of free movement. We know that African member states oftentimes are mimicking the same fears around migration that we see in the West. There's all of those misperceptions about labor migrants coming in to take our jobs. And yet we know that that is abundantly not the case. So we try and promote that understanding that as much as there is excitement around the AfCFTA, the goods will not move if the people cannot move. And we know this from global statistics. If you look at some of the regions that have the highest inter-regional trade, they are the regions that have inter-regional mobility. Africa remains the least integrated of all world regions, and that is slowing down Africa's economic growth. So we're working very hard, again, with the African Union Commission and the different departments to get them to look at the interconnections between all of these various AU initiatives so that none of them is allowed to lag behind, because if it does, the whole integration agenda will be held back.
While 30 countries originally signed the Free Movement Protocol in 2018, ratification and formalization of the agreement via legal instruments is still pending by many member states. So what are some of the issues holding back member states from full ratification? And how legitimate are these concerns?
I think that we need to also pay attention to our land borders, because our land borders is where a lot of the, if you like, commerce, informal commercial activities go on. There is a bit of neglect in the sense that if you are concerned about the security of your border, then definitely the start point should definitely be the community living there. If the community across the other border has more facility than the other, you find that there will be this movement, and you find that people will now start struggling either for water or for markets and so on and so forth. And then this kind of brings clashes, and this clashes makes governments hesitate to see the benefits of this free movement.
People have fear of the economic impact. People have fear about security. What will be the security implications of people coming into our territory? There isn't the comfort level that there ought to be regarding where other countries are in terms of their civil registry systems, which are very weak in most countries on the continent, it has to be said. So governments will get comfortable with the idea of opening up to free movement if there are robust systems in place across the continent in terms of civil registry systems, so that whoever turns up at your border with a passport
can really, you can have the confidence that this person is indeed who they say they are. I should add that free movement doesn't mean zero border controls. If anything, free movement implies ever more robust controls at borders. So this is something we feel the need to emphasize, that in an age of free movement, we need to support countries to ensure they have the capacities for ever more robust border controls, but with a different posture, with a posture of facilitation rather than impeding. Because again, the vast majority of intra-African movements are bona fide movements. They should be facilitated, not impeded.
Examples of other regional integration projects and free movement practices are also offered by partners of the African Union, sharing knowledge, advocacy, and formal channels to deliver best practices for the continent's own integration agenda.
We always like to say that we are a very close partner of the African Union. We even use the word strategic. And we like to be the best partners of the African Union for the simple reason that is a project that obviously echoes very much what we are trying to do in Europe in terms of integration. These are two unions. There are two institutions behind these two unions who work in terms of promoting collaborations as a form of progress in their own field, but also worldwide. So for us is more than working with a partner. Is working with a partner has very much a DNA that resembles a little bit ours. We believe very much that development of Africa will progress because of integration, and that's why we like to call it a partnership, because it's something where there is something for both of us in terms of opportunities, but also in terms of establishing and strengthening models of integration. And looking also at the future of creating a digital market for Europe and a digital market for Africa. So, and the single aviation market, of course. So all the freedoms that a single market brings in working in these areas where we can provide support, technical assistance, but most importantly, we can share our experience in this endeavor.
The adoption and implementation of the African Free Movement Protocol, together with the African Continental Free Trade Area, carries tremendous potential to boost economic growth and promote social development in line with the Pan-African Agenda 2063. When implemented properly and in line with the interests and rights of migrants, states, and employers alike, the abolition of visa requirements and the right of residence will help boosting productive labor mobility, ensuring that the enormous human talent available in Africa can truly benefit the whole continent. In the EU, we have witnessed the remarkable benefits of free movement and free trade, including lower unemployment rates, more commercial activities, and increased cross-border trade and tourism. I'm confident that in Africa, free movement as part of the broader free trade agenda shall herald a new chapter in the progressive development of the continent. The Free Movement Protocol, as part of the broader free movement agenda, aims to cater to interests of all African populations, to protect human rights and give opportunities to different groups, from students, entrepreneurs, traders, laborers, tourists and investors, to the receiving communities. As such, the protocol is an essential component of Africa's ambitious Agenda 2063.
If we solve the issue of free movement, creating job opportunities, creating tourism in Africa and moving in Africa, we won't have our migrant going outside. And that make some partner to help us to keep our citizens in Africa. And it gives me occasion to appeal to them to help us to sensitize, because we need a strong person to handle the issue of free movement, to sensitize our member states, telling them, don't be afraid, we have more benefit having free movement than challenges. And we are working with our partners, and we need the support of all partners to assist us to have a free movement to be a reality in Africa.
Translating the pragmatic goals of interconnected travel, trade, and free movement also frequently require another common but equally important denominator, the African passport. The production and issuance of the African passport mandated by the African Union is intended to ease travel within the continent by exempting holders from needing entry visas at any of Africa's borders. From its launch in 2016, the African passport has remained a crucible of the integration agenda for the continent, while also being one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, along with the Free Movement Protocol and the AFCFTA. Another common underreported fact, in the midst of recent vilifying migrant reports emanating from Europe, is that the majority of African migration is into Africa. That is, the majority of travel by Africans for labor, business, or leisure is actually from one African country to another African country. The African passport, when synthesized with the expansion of the free trade area, along with inherited labor and settlement rights in neighboring countries, could also dissipate the demand for dangerous and illegal migratory routes.
We want our young generations to have the opportunities they are looking for within the continent. Then if they want to migrate, they can migrate, but our advice for them is just do it through legal corridors. Look for legal pathways for migration. Don't go risking your life. Don't be exploited by human trafficking networks. Don't risk your life ending up at the bottom of the Mediterranean or dying in the Sahara Desert. No. Look for legal channels. But first, look for your opportunity at home. But it's not only for the young people to look. It's for us as governments to create this atmosphere.
Traveling freely on the continent with the African passport is a crucial asset for promoting labor mobility, investment, and skill sharing between neighboring member states. In addition, the elimination of travel barriers also requires individual countries to effect and implement open visa regimes, policies that in turn will accelerate AFCFTA initiatives and other free movement principles. With increased global movement, concerns have been raised about the risks caused by health crises and necessitated subsequent emergency measures that impact the movement of persons as countries implement stricter controls to prohibit entry and even temporarily closing borders. Within a regionally integrated regimen, such as the Free Movement Protocol, African countries can benefit from knowledge systems, tracking cross-border movements of persons, promoting knowledge and sharing necessary data of cross-border collaboration for the management of health processes, and allocation of resources to support member states.
The Americans, the Europeans, predominantly, they move easier than us as Africans in our own continent. Now, this protocol is trying to redress that. We are saying to AU member states, as part of implementing the roadmap of the protocol, first, relax visas, and allow citizens to move.
The African passport will restore equilibrium in access to continental ports of entry for all African travellers, adding much-needed momentum and symmetry to movement while enhancing the integration agenda of the continent. The Free Movement Protocol, the AFCFTA, and the African passport form a comprehensive and cohesive structure for continental integration. And while linked, each are political, economic, and social drivers in their own right. The barriers to free movement across the continent are now outweighed by the opportunities and commitment by member states to affirming the interconnectivity of Africa in all spheres and for all its citizens.
What we're also working with the African Union to do is to change the misperceptions around migration, to change the false narratives around migration, especially African migration. And we hope that with time, when migration is better understood, countries that right now see it as a threat will embrace it as the opportunity that it is. again, if well managed. So changing the narrative is another important aspect of our work that will have to be reinforced going forward if free movement is to become the reality that we need for it to be.
People have always moved around the world from country to country. Migration can take many forms. Workers moving between places to take up employment opportunities or start businesses, students seeking an education, or refugees and asylum seekers fleeing war or hardship, or migrants returning home. The African Union considers migration a key development factor and is working with member states and regional economic communities to ensure that migrants are kept safe and that there is a fair and understandable system to ensure their protection. Why is migration good and who benefits? If well governed, migration contributes to regional integration and development to build the Africa we want. According to the AU Labour Migration Statistics Report, in 2019, over 20 million working-age migrants moved around Africa. Over 80% of African migration happens within Africa, with the most people moving to find work. Remittances from the diaspora aid sustainability and economic growth in countries of origin. This also contributes to business opportunities and job creation in countries of residence. When people migrate, there is a transfer of technology and skills which fosters brain circulation in Africa. What are the challenges faced by migrants and how can we address them? As the world faces increasing instability from climate change, poverty, wars, health crisis, and social unrest, migrants of all sorts are more and more being treated with suspicion, prejudice, and even violence. The African Union and UN instruments ensure that migrants have the right to protection. The African Union encourages every member state to design and implement migration policies that guarantee the understanding and protection of migrants' rights, as well as clarifies the processes for safe, orderly, and regular migration. What is the Migration Policy Framework for Africa, MPFA, and its plan of action? The MPFA reflects the current migration dynamics in Africa and offers a strategic framework as well as comprehensive policy guidelines to EU member states and regional economic communities in the governance of migration. The Migration Policy Framework for Africa and its plan of action covers subjects including border management, labor migration, gender, health, forced displacement, interstate cooperation, and partnerships. It also addresses the human rights of all migrants and tackles issues like social inclusions and all forms of discrimination. How can the African Union help your country with its migration issues? Managing migration requires capacity, adequate infrastructure, and political will to put into place systems which aid the easy movement of people and protect the rights of migrants. The AU offers advice and tools to all regional economic communities and member states to implement policy frameworks such as the MPFA. Through capacity building, training, and research activities, the AUC works in collaboration with key stakeholders to collect, analyze, and disseminate quality, reliable, and timely migration data. This helps with evidence-based policy development and decision-making. We are working together to build the Africa we want, a safe and stable continent with well-governed migration. Nations and regions can reap the benefits of the linkages between migration and development as the continent strives towards the ideals of Agenda 2063. Connect with the AU to find out more about the African Migration Policy Framework, how the AU can help your country integrate, and more.
Zola, do you ever think about what Africa would look like in the next 50 or 100 years?
Africa? What's there to think about Africa? I mean, I'm yet to figure out my life, not to talk of almighty Africa. Anyway, why do you ask?
Well, given the situation of Africa in the past, and I wonder if things will get better by then. You know, I read in the news that in some parts of Africa, people don't even have access to good schools, proper healthcare, and even basic amenities everyone should have.
50 years is a long time, but I believe things will be better then.
Me too. You know, sometimes I just wish I had the power to change things.
As African youth, we have the power to create the Africa we want.
My goods have been there for over 5 months. I haven't been able to trade because they've shut down the borders.
Wow, Charlie, you are still worried about your goods. My business has been shut down because of inadequate power supply. I wonder when we'll have steady power supply in this part of Africa, eh?
I wonder too. It's just so annoying.
We desire and demand an Africa that is peaceful and secure. An Africa where young and old, men and women, girls and boys from all walks of life are united in their diversity. An Africa whose growth and development are sustainable and inclusive, benefiting and bringing prosperity to all its citizens. An integrated continent, politically united, based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's renaissance. An Africa where good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law are the guiding principles of our societies. This is an Africa where we are confident in our identity, heritage, and culture, and shared values. A very thriving Africa where young people contribute at all levels of society. And ultimately, an Africa which is an influential global player responsible for managing her resources and financing her peace and development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Hello. Come closer. Yes, you. Nice to meet you. I would like to introduce myself. I am an African Union Treaty. Huh? What is an African Union Treaty? A treaty is a written international agreement between states. A treaty may also be called a convention or a charter. Is a protocol also a treaty? States sometimes agree to add to a treaty, and they do this by making additional agreements that are called protocols to a treaty. So, an African Union Treaty is an international agreement that is negotiated and adopted by African Union member states. Before changing its name in 2002, the African Union was known as the Organization of African Unity, OAU, established in 1963. So the African Union treaties include even those that were adopted by the Organization of African Unity. How are we made? In order to join my family of African Union treaties, the first draft is prepared by the African Union Commission. That draft is then considered by independent experts who contribute their knowledge to make it better. After that, the experts from the governments of all the African Union member states come together to negotiate the treaty. When they agree, the Council of Ministers of Foreign Affairs approve it, and it is finally adopted by the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government. How many of us are there? My family now has 60 members. 36 are already in effect because member states ratified them. However, many of us are still waiting to spring into action because we require member states to ratify us. Why, you ask? Ratification is the act through which a state demonstrates its agreement to be legally bound by the terms of a particular treaty. States do this by bringing their instruments of ratification to the African Union Commission where they are registered. Am I ratified? My name is the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, and I was adopted in 2007. I was lucky enough to enter into force in 2012, 5 years later. However, many of my family members are still waiting for the opportunity to serve the African people in each member state.
Okay.
How do I serve? Me and my family embody the shared values of the Union. We help to bring about socio-economic integration and development on the continent. We are also the primary source of African Union law and the basis for African solutions to African problems. That sounds complicated. How do you do all that? Each member of my family is concerned with a different issue, such as human rights, environmental protection, peace and security, protection of cultural heritage and property, free movement of persons, youth empowerment, governance, and rule of law, just to mention a few. When member states ratify us, they agree to take action that benefits all the people in these areas. If every member of my family had entered into force and was being implemented by member states, we would be on our way to achieving the aspirations of the African Union, which are set out in Agenda 2063 and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The agenda and goals are maps of how to make life better for all of us. So how do I help you to serve? I'm glad you asked. This is how you can get involved. Learn more about us on www.au.int. Get in touch with your local parliamentarians and civil society organizations and ask them to get everyone to work together so that your state can ratify African Union treaties so we can build the Africa we want. Thank you for your time.
The Free Movement Protocol advocates for removing restrictions on the ability of Africans to travel, work, and live within their own continent, giving all citizens across member states the right of entry, the right of residence, and the right of establishment.
We are saying to AU member states, as part of implementing the roadmap of the protocol, first, relax visas, and allow citizens to move.
In an age of free movement, we need to support countries to ensure they have the capacities for ever more robust border controls, but with a different posture, with a posture of facilitation rather than impeding. Because again, the vast majority of intra-African movements are bona fide movements. They should be facilitated, not impeded.
I always imagine that the free movement we have in our economies now, and the CFTA and the free movement of services, if we have the opportunity of having the free movement of people linked to it, imagine that. It means more jobs, it will be created in the continent. It means more opportunities for our young people in Africa. It means more opportunities for skills development for these young generations. It means that they can have the opportunity to fulfill their aspiration within the continent.
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from across the length and breadth, across the length and breadth of the continent, we are about to start. We are moving to a very interesting session, a session that is going to test our systems. But let me not say more, except to say welcome back from lunch. This session will be led by our colleague, Evelyn. I think she has a panel that will be joining, that she will be moderating. So Evelyn, either you are going to sit here or you are going to sit there, but over to you.
Thank you very much, Sabelo, for helping us transition from this break to the next session. Distinguished delegates, as part of the topic of this first forum, one of the key target groups that we are looking at are migrant workers. It has been indicated that this is part of the groups that are considered as vulnerable, but in which conditions and in which, for which reasons are they considered vulnerable, and what will be the interest and the approach to ensure that this group can benefit from extensive social protection coverage. This will be part of our conversation for the next 1 hour. And in order to help us discuss these topics, we are going to invite here a series of very high-level panelists. I will start here by inviting Mrs. Yasmina Papa. We've already had the pleasure to benefit from her wealth of experience. Mrs. Papa has more than 20 years of experience in the field of social protection, and we've heard it. She's worked with Southern and Eastern African countries, and also she has done a lot in addressing vulnerable groups in terms of social protection. Can we welcome Mrs. Papa again, please? Thank you very much. We are also going to invite here Mr. Herman Munu from the Republic of Zambia. Mr. Munu is the Director of Research, Planning and Strategy at the National Health Insurance Management Authority in Zambia. And he's also currently responsible for establishing and maintaining strategic working partnerships, connection and collaborations with local and international stakeholders. Welcome, Mr. Mono. Can we welcome Mr. Mono, please? Thank you. Our third panelist will come from the Arab Republic of Egypt, Mr. Ihab Kater Yunis, who is the Head of Strategic Planning and Client Services at the National Organization for Social Insurance in Egypt. Mr. Yunis has extensive experience in organizational strategy and leadership in the public sector, and he plays a pivotal role in managing high-level operational planning and client relationship within the organization. Welcome, Mr. Yunis. Welcome. From the West African region, we are going to have the pleasure to welcome here the Director General of the National Social Security Fund of Benin, Mr. Apollinaire Kadete Chenchen. Can we please welcome Mr. Chenchen, please? Mr. Kadete Chenchen has a background as a legal expert, specifically in law and legal expert in business and tax issues. And he has a wealth of experience within the National Social Security Fund, as he was in charge of service provision and also in charge of legal affairs. And last but not the least, we are going to welcome here Mr. Sile Tiaye. He's in the room. I think I see him. Thank you very much. Can we please encourage him to meet us at the panel? Mr. Sile is the Chief Director responsible for policy and strategic management within the Department of Home Affairs. And he brings in this panel more than 20 years of policy strategy and strategy design from various state institutions. He's currently in charge of overseeing units responsible for policy development, monitoring, and evaluations, and ensuring that the government meets performance regarding the various commitments. So thank you very much, ladies, gentlemen, for joining us for this panel on the extension of social protection to migrant workers. Let us first try and determine the relevance of this conversation, and I will try to check with Yasmina first. Why is it important to address social protection for migrant workers? One would think that if we are targeting the key population, the national population, the citizens, that would be enough to achieve the very ambitious target that we have. But why is there any interest to focus specifically on the migrant workers, according to you?
Thank you for quite a tough question. I would tell you it's human right. Yes. So but let's go down to practical level. And then I will ask for colleagues in the room to tell me how many of you have ever migrated. And it can be micro-migration from one region to another, from a rural area to a city. I have. We all have. And we know how important it is that when we move from one area, from one region, from one country to another country, to be able to go to the doctor, to be able to get a sickness benefit, to be able to make contributions for retirement, and to know that wherever I am, these contributions will follow me, will come in the same pot. And when I'm 60, 65, I will have a pension. I will not have fractions of things, and I will not lose money when moving. So that's from the personal level. But each and every one of us as a migrant worker in each and every location, we have brought something as well, didn't we? Maybe it wasn't always understood or even welcomed, but we brought something. We brought ourselves, we brought different types of knowledge, different types of skills, which usually the country that we came into did not have. And sometimes these skills are in jobs that many people do not want to do. We have earned our incomes in these areas and bought in the local shop, in a big shop, paid rent, which means that we have contributed to the local economy. And I think this is why it is important that migrant workers have access to social protection wherever they are, and that social protection benefits and access to social protection benefits follow them wherever they go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this clarification. So access to social protection is a human right, which applies also to migrants and to migrant workers. And given this very interesting win-win situation between the migrants, the host country, and even the country of origin, there is a lot of interest in addressing this needs for them. Let's try and look at a very specific aspect of social protection, which is health. And here I would like to specifically address to Mr. Herriman Muno. What are the specific measures that you have put in place in your organization to ensure that both Zambians moving abroad, working outside the country, but also foreigners working in Zambia have access to health services and can benefit from social protection?
Thank you so much for that great question. And I think the tone has been said quite clearly. We take health as a human right. So access to health is a human right. And as such, we're working towards basically the universal health coverage agenda that every citizen and every member of the country at that particular time, including migrant workers and their families, are protected from financial hardship or poverty-induced financial hardship arising from illness. And so the approach we have taken, which is the government approach, is that we have a mandatory national health insurance scheme, which provides a very comprehensive set of benefits to all members of the scheme based on their ability to pay. So it's a contributory scheme based on one's ability to pay, but access to healthcare services is based on one's needs. Therefore, you have equity in access to healthcare services. And there's no discrimination whether one is a migrant worker or not, whether they live in the rural areas or not. So that way you have equity in access to healthcare services. But also what we do allow, which many other countries may also do, is that irrespective of where you are, if you make a movement within the country, you'll be able to access those services. So there's portability of services and access to services within the country. And like I said, there's no discrimination based on how much you have contributed to the scheme. And the nature of migrant workers, both foreign and local, really speak to what you find in the informal sector, in the informal economy, where mostly incomes are low and irregular. And so what we have done is that we've taken into account the seasonality of incomes of workers, migrant workers, and we allow them, provide a convenient payment platform or contribution platform where they'll contribute as and when they are able to contribute without any restriction on access to healthcare services. That for us is quite an important undertaking. But also what we have done is to make it easy for them to make these contributions. And for those that are unable to contribute, the poor and vulnerable, we have a very robust social assistance scheme called the Social Cash Transfer Program, where the government, through the payroll contributions, actually support these people to be able to live a decent life. But at the same time, now we're moving towards bringing them on board onto the National Health Insurance Scheme at zero-rated contributions, but with a subsidy from the government. That way you have comprehensive cover for everyone, and therefore you link social assistance to social insurance.
That is very interesting, how there is this combination of both the mandatory a scheme for those who have the capacity to contribute and are willing to contribute, but also some sort of a safeguard system for the most vulnerable. I'm very interested to compare to the situation, for example, in Benin, where we are in a region of very high mobility, with the ECOWAS Free Movement Protocol and the rule of having the possibility of staying in one of the ECOWAS member states up to 3 months without necessitating, resident permits. Is the same setup that we have in Zambia applicable in Benin, for example, where you offer both mandatory schemes, but also design specific frameworks for those who are vulnerable, for those who don't have the capacity to pay? Mr. Chinchin.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Allow me, from word go, to bring the greetings of my countrymen to all the participants here present. Now, with regard to the question posed, namely, why protect? Why this protection? As you stated so rightly, it is a human right. And it is part and parcel of the free movement of people, of those who are seeking labor, and it requires political will. So what we heard from Zambia is something that has gone straight to our heart, because there is a country that has got a lot of people who travel back and forth, and you can see how numerous we are here, and you have seen the number of people who come from West Africa, both French and English, and also this protection is actually taken quite seriously by Benin. It is in the constitution and the labor code, as well as the reciprocity that ought to exist between foreigners and Benin citizens. Now, in terms of concrete initiatives, especially with regard to medical aid, I think the current government has put into place a major and ambitious project which is supposed to ensure that we have insurance for the human capital that we have, with a lot of ramifications, so that that covers all the people who live in Benin, irrespective of where they work. And training too is part of the package, because it's part of the human capital. And also, I think we have a medical aid for the entire population. It's a new project that is still being put together. So it takes into account the fact that we have to look after both migrants and foreigners. So those who have a salary, who have a salary, have a right to medical aid. And I've got about 2,444 workers who are foreigners, who are salaried workers, who are equally protected. So this project is still has just begun. So we are trying to perfect it, so that social protection is warranted to both migrants and workers who are already employed in the country. Thank you. If you allow me, Honorable Director General, that you could tell us that this big number of migrant workers who are in your database, the regional instruments that are currently available at ECOWAS level, allow you to use this reciprocity with the countries where Benin citizens are actually resident. Well, we still have a couple of challenges, especially with English-speaking countries. Also, the Portuguese and Spanish-speaking countries. Our neighbor Benin is working with us to try and come up with the institutional framework required. Well, we're not at the level where institutions are talking to one another yet, but the instruments that we have are currently only applicable to Francophone countries. We have something that we call CIPRES that covers West Africa and the Franc zone, where we use the ECOWAS franc currency. So Madagascar is in it as well. And in that space, we have a multilateral promotion of the social sector that allows to guarantee rights that have been acquired by all and sundry. Thank you.
I'm trying to also, I'm very curious to know if in Egypt, there is the same dynamics in terms of social protection coverage, not only in the health sector, but also in other branches of social protection. What are the very concrete measures and examples that have been put in place by your organization to address the very specific challenges of migrant workers being settled in Egypt? Mr. Younes.
Let me, before I move on the main topic of the session, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the government of the Republic of South Africa for hosting and their warm hospitality. Also, I wish to thank the organizers of forum, especially EUC, ISSA, ASSA. And I want to mention that it's a great honor to me to represent the National Organization for Social Insurance and the Arabic Republic of Egypt in this important session to discuss a topic that affects the lives of millions of citizens across the African continent. The issue of migration and social security. It's okay. In Egypt, we have two sides of migration. Migration in Egypt and migration abroad. Let me begin to talking about the migrants welcomed by Egypt. At this point, I must refer to the word used by the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, described the immigrants as guests living in Egypt and benefiting from all the service without any discrimination. The Egypt law for social insurance and pension issued in 2020, this law stipulates that the foreigner working in Egypt will be covered without the need of reciprocity agreement. It's a very important point. And also stipulated that all foreigners are entitled to the same insurance benefit granted to Egyptians without discrimination. If they decide to leave Egypt, his implementation are guaranteed either by transferring their pension or to their home countries or receiving one payment. Additionally, Egypt has ratified the United Nations Convention on Refugees in 1951, enable refugees to benefit from government subsidies for goods and services. And the 100 million health campaign to detect disease, which in Egypt we take it, the refugees take the same right. Egypt doesn't operate camps for refugees. Also, and don't grant them grants them freedoms to movement. So, Egypt works with the United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees, UNICEF, and the International Labour Organization to facilitate inclusion of refugees in the informal sector, in universal health insurance schema and social insurance. Moreover, Egypt ratified the United Nations Convention on the protection of all migrants and members of their families in 1990. This is the first. The second, Egyptians abroad. On the other hand, there are millions of Egyptians who work abroad. According to the Ministry of Immigration, the number of Egyptians abroad is estimated to be 14 million. 14 million, mostly in Arabic countries, especially in the Arab Gulf region. We have to guarantee the protection of these persons' rights and secure their future, which what Egypt seeks to achieve through the expansion of social insurance coverage, whether by concluding international agreements with the countries in which they work or by facilitating this inclusion in Egypt's social insurance. International agreements. We have in Egypt international agreements. Egypt has ratified a large number of multilateral agreements from international organizations that guarantee migrant workers' rights. The most prominent of this agreement is the International Labour Organization Agreement in 1962 regarding equal treatment, as well as the Arab Labour Organization Agreement in 1981, which aims to regulate the rights of Arab workers in social security, whether they work in their home countries or in other Arab countries. Egypt also signed 6 agreements with Greece, Cyprus, Netherlands, Sudan, Tunisia, and Morocco to ensure these rights. In this country, and signed three memoranda for understanding in force with Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Jordan, while many other objects are still ongoing. Finally, in this question, I want to declare that the optional participation in the Egyptian social insurance system in 1978, Egypt has expanded the coverage of the social insurance to include Egyptians working abroad. According to the current law, they came into force in 2020. The possibility of making this insurance mandatory was added for countries that do not cover Egyptian workers in their countries under social insurance, like some Gulf countries. This scheme allows Egyptians abroad to access insurance coverage for old age, disability, and death, providing them and their dependents with the necessary protection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yunus. It's very interesting to see that there is this effort from the Egyptian government to ensure coverage, even without any reciprocity mechanism with the countries of origin of the various migrants. We'll come back to you later to check on how easy it is to implement that. But let me check first with Mr. Sile. We have had a certain number of measures and initiatives that have been taken by member states to ensure protection on various aspects of social protection and social security, either through mandatory mechanisms or social assistance. But I would imagine that implementing such measures would request also a lot of policy coordination internally to make sure that it makes sense, both politically, but also budgetary, and also meets the requirements in line with regional commitment. So what is the experience of South Africa in this field, and how successful, I would say, have you been in trying to do the equilibrium in all of this? You have the floor.
Chairperson, thank you very much. It's such a pleasure for us to participate in this panel. And thanks to my fellow panelists. I don't know, I hear is it my phone? It's now very far from me. How is this? All right, I think we now okay. Yeah, so firstly, in South Africa, the issues of social security, they're very important. They are covered in our constitution. Section 27 of our constitution actually provides for everyone, not just citizens, like that if you are in the country, you may qualify for social security. It depends which package we are talking about. For instance, if you are in South Africa and you are no longer a temporal resident. You are now a permanent resident in the country. You qualify for all kinds of social protection, especially when it comes to social assistance, meaning different grants that are offered to old age people, pensioners, child grants, and all other kinds of social assistance that the country provides to citizens. Also, if you are a refugee, I think the CEO spoke to that issue this morning. You actually qualify for all social assistance that citizens are also getting. There is also a category of migrants like the asylum seekers. They don't qualify for your normal grants because their status is still very temporal in the country. However, during when we are all hit by the pandemic during 2019, 2020, what then was done was to extend the social support to those who are vulnerable. That included asylum seekers. We have also a group of citizens that have been granted special permits in South Africa, like nationals from Zimbabwe, Lesotho, and Angola. They also qualify for such protection. We also have within the social protection family social insurance. If you are a citizen or a non-citizen and you are employed in South Africa, you contribute to unemployment insurance, and if you are retrenched, you have access to that protection. Also, compensation fund, should you experience, let's say, injury on duty, it doesn't say you are not a South African. If you are employed in South Africa, you have access to that. Also, if you are road accident fund, if you are involved in an accident while in South Africa, you also qualify. Obviously, there are conditions if you're a foreign national that you must meet, but that protection is also extended beyond citizens. In terms of health, again, if you go back to our Bill of Rights in the Constitution, basic health it's open to all. In fact, the Constitution says everyone has access to such benefits health-wise. I think maybe for now I can stop there, but we also have private companies that have got pension funds. Those pension funds, they don't count. They don't say you are a citizen or you are a non-citizen. If you are contributing, when you leave your employ, you qualify. In fact, I heard Dr. Mboga speaking about portability of these social protection funds. Of course, it's possible in South Africa when you leave your employ, then you take your money. It's your money. It doesn't belong to anyone but yourself. Thanks.
Merci infiniment, Monsieur.
Thank you very much for that overview regarding the measures that have been taken in South Africa, because when it comes to coverage in terms of social protection, we notice that there is an effort to try and categorize the various types of migrants depending on their specificities and the needs. And what was presented does show that the task is not very difficult for the experts that are here, because there is the impression that you have a coverage that is all-encompassing. Now, to my colleague from Benin, how many offices do we have? I think we have about 9. Are they just as easy to cover for migrant workers, or do you think there are areas where challenges persist? especially when you look at the amount of work that needs to be done for us to have an administrative mechanism that satisfies everyone. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I don't think that it is the case for all the panelists that everything in the world is rosy. Challenges persist. There is no distinction to be made, I think, between the issue of social protection. No distinctions ought to be made between nationals and migrant workers, to my mind. At least I think the program that ought to be presented both for foreign workers that are members and nationals, I think, enjoy the same rights. Now, with regard to how to expand that, to make sure that it is one size fits all, both for migrants and nationals, I think we need to continue improving the system, strengthen existing mechanisms, and introduce new ones so that we are able to get to the objectives that we have set out for ourselves. And Convention 102 is something that was mentioned this morning. And we were also made aware of a risk development mechanism that has to do with climate emergencies, so other variations of that social protection. So there is still work to be done. And therefore, I think that we're very far from covering every corner of this matter. I don't know if I've been able to respond to your questions or whether there are still some things that are trotting in your minds. So if there are any additional clarifications that you are seeking, I stand ready to respond to them. Now, I don't know if that is the case for the other panel members, because we're making a lot of effort on the matters relating to health and also retirement packages, and also what concerns families' dependents, because I think it's not all easy to cover. Are these efforts that are being made and cover migrant workers, or are there any other challenges that we ought to know about? I think we are doing everything in our power, both for migrant workers and for nationals, because there is a reciprocity agreement. The very ambitious program that the current government is pursuing, which we call that is the strengthening of health for migrant workers. I think there are various ways of getting to the objectives that we've set out for ourselves. There is, for example, a medium intermediary category for those who are poor. And those have got a capacity to contribute to the fund, but at a lesser extent. All that depends on the availability of resources so that we can strengthen their capacity. Now, for the other segment, I think it's the government that contributes, depending on the amount raised as taxes. So there's no distinction, as I was saying, whether it be for nationals or for migrants, because this project covers all the residents that are on our national territory in Benin, that is. Thank you very much.
We can clearly see that beyond the categorization, either concerning the type of migrants or the migration statutes or the contribution capacity or the regularity of the revenues, there is definitely a question of financing. And I'm very curious to know for Egypt, for example, with like 14 million Egyptians abroad, and the commitment to offer coverage to people residing in Egypt without the demand of reciprocity, how do you do the maths? How does it how does it work? How do you finance this commitment in terms of social protection?
Let me talk about the challenge for the how to deal with 14 million abroad and how to deal with immigrants or refugees in Egypt. First of all, the challenge of access for workers in the informal sector. First, the lack of association representing workers in this sector, the absence of formal documentation of jobs, limited awareness of the importance of social insurance, the high cost of contribution. You see, you're talking about financial. So if you want to take this benefit, you must pay contribution to take this benefit. So it's financing by contributions. Also, the language and cultural barriers, the most important thing for challenge in this file. The number of workers, about 4 million people, received 25 billion pounds without taxes, social and health insurance from the budget of Egypt. Each ministry in Egypt has a budget. Take some money from this budget to support the vulnerable people. So also the activities of the informal sector are mainly in the areas of the most of them working in wholesale, retail trade, vehicle repair, manufacturing industry, food service, accommodation, and agriculture. And I believe that to do this, we must go to the technology. Mobile application, I heard someone, mobile application, I think the mobile application can give us this, if anyone of migrants or refugees have a mobile and have a mobile application and register them in this application, we can account exactly the number of migration and the number of refugees. Also, I will repeat, summarizing for the challenges. Unknown number, no associations, no official papers, limited awareness, and refugees are often scared to deal with government. So it's very hard to catch them. The most important of this effort was the issue Egypt issue law 152/2020 regarding the development of small, medium, and micro enterprises through a package of benefit, including tax exception, opening new market, creating more competition. At the same time, products must be manufactured on specification and subject to supervision, and workers must enjoy all the benefits stipulated in the labor and social insurance law. In addition, the future of work is one of the most difficult challenge facing social security insurance in the world. In the light of this rapid development in communication, which has changed the shape of the labor market. Another challenge, new categories of workers and different patterns of work have emerged, such as independent workers, freelancers, electronic platform workers, digital content procedures, who are not tied to a fixed location. These workers today find it difficult to secure their insurance rights due to the lack of a clear legal and procedural framework that guarantees their protection. Hence, the importance of updating information system and using technology to facilitate the process of registering and insuring them. In the context, I would like to point out the comprehensive development processing undertaken by the National Organization for Social Insurance, which including updating administrative structure, headquarters, and in addition to enhance mechanizing in information system, digital transformation, electronic archiving, and human resource, in addition to archiving network with relevant government agencies. This was facilitated by the political leadership's interest in the social insurance file. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yunus. And then we see that there's some sort of creativity, if I can put it like that, by various governments to try and see how to fund this vision of ensuring a coverage. Here we see that each of the ministerial department also has a contribution to that fund to ensure that there's enough coverage. Is it the same effort that is being made at the level of Zambia in trying to meet the challenges? But are the challenges the same that we have heard from Benin and from Egypt, or are these quite different or at different levels? Mr. Mono.
Thank you. I think what you get is the challenges are quite similar across the countries on the continent. The nature of migrant workers, the rural economy, and the informal sector, the challenges really are quite similar. The issue of low irregular incomes and seasonality of incomes, which makes it difficult for the workers themselves to contribute, but also when they can contribute, the contributions are on average very low, and they're not in line with what they would ideally be getting in terms of the benefit. But as it was earlier mentioned, we took a rights-based approach to providing social protection. And so we're saying your ability to pay and contribute might be zero, but your need will not be zero. And so their incomes in the role of the state, ultimately in any form of deficit financing, when your revenue is lower than your expenditure due to the benefits that our members are accessing, the state comes in to provide that deficit financing because it is the right of every citizen to access those services. But what we have also started doing is, since this is a health insurance scheme really, is to invest more on preventive healthcare services with the Ministry of Health so that you can reduce the burden of claims that may come as a result of illness. But also, we are working around what we call aggregation of members in the informal economy, for example. If you look at the rural workers, they harvest and therefore have income clustered once a year. And if you can cluster them through aggregators and cooperatives, it becomes easier to collect and also easier for them to make the contributions because they make the contribution during the harvest periods. So that's one of the innovations we've put. But also the leveraging of technology, using technology for registration and payment platforms. So for example, if your contribution is, say, $5 per month, you can spread that $5 per month over a period of time, so you don't have to pay it at a go. That makes it easy for them to contribute and also seemingly cheaper rather than having to pay at once. But so what I can say is definitely the challenges are the same, and the innovations around technology and aggregators would help us ensure that the financing situation is addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Mr. Sile, we are seeing here that with the various challenges that are being faced by the national social security institutions, there is also an increased relevance and expectations from various stakeholders. The institutions themselves who are trying to be creative and try to address the needs, but then there's also expectation from the government to also play its part. But we've heard also that, also from Mr. Mono, that at the grassroots level, there is a certain level of organization and commitment that is needed. My question to you would be, which other key stakeholder would you or have you seen in the South African environment ecosystem being increasingly involved in order to help addressing these challenges in a collaborative way, if I can say it like that?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe just before I get to that, we do have some challenges in South Africa as well when it comes to social protection, especially when it comes to social assistance. You'll recall, for us, social assistance, you don't have to contribute anything. So it's government sponsored grant. There's nothing that you actually contribute. The challenge that comes with that is those who are chancers, who are trying to get to the system even though they don't qualify. And this is not only foreigners, it's cut across citizens and non-citizens. So you have that challenge of chancers. It's worse with child grants, because child grants, like it's for children. So there are, it's called renting of a parent. People who rent a parent and become a mother. But obviously now with biometrics being introduced, we're trying to deal with that. There is also a situation where you cannot say no to child support grant to a child just because the child is not documented. So with there are children of non-citizens who are receiving grants up until a point where the child is properly documented, and then we can deal with that. So those are some of the challenges that we're sitting with as a country. In terms of stakeholders, we've got a very active social partners. In terms of NGOs that we work with, it could be NGOs that are dealing with issues around old age. It could be NGOs that are dealing with children issues. In fact, in South Africa, we've got a legislation, Children's Act, that takes care of the needs. In fact, the interest of the child comes first, irrespective of whether the child is a citizen or a foreigner. So you've got a very active citizenry when it comes to issues of social protection. You've got migrant community that is very active in South Africa, whether it's just for voluntary migrants or for forced migration. You've got a very active community in that space. But also what the government has done, it has established a department that is responsible for vulnerable groups. That will include people who live with disability, youth, even women are included in that space. The stakeholders are very active. We've got family organizations like FAMSA that are really active in this space. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sile, for these clarifications about not only the challenges that the government faces in ensuring that every citizen has access to social protection, but also how the various stakeholders interact to move forward. Mrs. Yasmina, you have heard a lot, you have listened a lot about what is happening in these 4 countries, and both in terms of initiatives, challenges, but also moving forward, what they think could be the solution. What is your key take from all of this? Do you think, the areas, are there some areas where you have seen some progress recently, also with your experience in the Southern and Eastern African region? And where do you think could be the priorities? But also, where could ILO come and bring the push to this member state in moving forward?
Well, thank you for this question, and thank you for extremely useful and vivid examples of what's going on in countries. I will try to respond, and I'm certain that I won't capture everything that can be done. But let me start with actually noting a progress that has been done on sub-regional levels. We have SADC guidelines on portability of social security benefits. EAC has a framework. CPRES has worked on a similar framework. So the sense is there is foundation there. So we are at a good start. And we see that countries are using those foundations as a good start. Now, the devil is in the detail, yes? When we start looking into issues of reciprocity and social security agreements and their conclusion. What we have seen in practice often happening is that the appetite for specific social security agreements is not really big. They are complicated. They are very complex. But they are necessary. And this is where ILO can offer support. But the other venue that we have seen is labor agreements. And this is where we can also mainstream and include social security rights. So think when you are doing that and how this can be included. And I also have heard, I'll add some examples, and I've heard examples of agreements between industries in different countries on the level of the sector and in this industry that address the issues of portability. So there were some agreements between one country that was building a railway system in another. And then they address social security rights in these types of agreements and migration. So things can be done in different ways. We do go for reciprocity, but we heard here that countries are really also thinking a lot about unilateral measures, and including for workers that are coming to that country, to the country of destination. We also have examples of unilateral support for workers from country of origin to country of destination. I think there is one element, actually 2 elements for conclusion. I think this is a great forum where practitioners can discuss what and how can be done. Because when it comes to practice, it's social security institutions that have to start talking with each other. So it's you who will be doing bulk of work. And as I said earlier, really, ILO is here to see you through this work. But neither you nor ILO support will be sufficient without political will and political blessing to that. So I think this is also something that we can work on together. And then we heard a lot about social protection floors, basically, for workers with no contributory capacities. And really, they have to be strengthened, because we are talking about basic income for everyone, regardless of who they are. And this is something where this is the area where everybody can and should contribute to and from. And then finally, it's the issue of communication and understanding and cohesion in the society. We cannot, I mean, it's very difficult to live in a society where you have the divisions between migrant communities and host communities. We have to learn from each other and about each other. And there are good examples of how this can be done in the region as well that we can build on. Thank you.
Merci infiniment, Madame Yasmina, pour ces...
Thank you very much, Madame Yasmina, for those comments. I think we can take cue from the instruments of the regional environment, which are already bearing fruit and which give us a foundation to make progress and get to concrete results. I think apart from that, the implementation of these agreements and the instruments that allow and facilitate the manner in which we turn them into reality. I think members of our association, the various bilateral agreements relating to migration and settlement, I think as we saw in the text, but Mrs. Yasmina has sent this ball in the court of member countries, stating that the regional economic groupings could implement them. ILO and the African Union could also chip in, but there are decisive measures that ought to be taken by countries themselves. As we get ready to conclude our discussion on this topic, I would like to address myself to the experts that are here. Supposing you had a magic wand and you could actually tackle two key issues or key parameters that allows us to change really the picture of the arrangements that are there to help us settle the migrant workers. So, thank you, Honorable Moderator. I hope that at the end of this conversation will give me the magic wand. I like deciding, and I'm ready to do so. But how am I going to go about it? I think what we ought to do is to expand the scope of these agreements, because we haven't really gotten there, and that is the case of my country. But for the agreements that are already in place, we need to improve them. We need to implement them fully at the level of countries. I think what is important is to strengthen action synergies with the support of the ILO and other international organizations, because our statistics are rather not really settled as we speak. So even within a government, there need to be synergies between the various departments. I have in mind the ministry in charge of security, that is Home Affairs, then Foreign Affairs, and the ministry in charge of social safety, so that we are working in unison, so that migrant workers do not end up being enslaved rather, being treated as slaves. But in terms of organizations that deal with social security matters, we need to build on the conclusion that we had on the payments agreement and other organizations from various countries on the basis of agreements that are already in place. And we ought to strengthen and build on the capacity of our own organizations and our staff. Because simply in terms of CPRES that I mentioned earlier, there are forms that allow us to manage files that have got to do with migrants, and in CNSS Benin, I think we have got people we're working with, we're working alongside them so that we go with them through the document in question and be able to improve them where the need arises, and so that countries also can leave room for those migrant workers, if they so wish, to return their countries once they retire. And Mr. Yunus, I think, did touch on that particular matter. It's a very important item for us to be able to manage the influx of information that we are required to manage so that we better protect migrant workers. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Let me now pass the baton to Mr. Yunus. This is the magical wand that is going to allow us to understand by which side we are going to begin tackling the challenges that we have, or you have, in Egypt. How do you intend addressing them?
I'd like to point out a number of recommendations that would increase the opportunities of obtaining social protection for migrant workers as follows. The first, continue effort and joint work to protect the right of migrants in formal or informal sector and enhance cooperation between our countries and social security institutions to create an information base for African expertise and experience. Also, Egypt hosted a technical symposium for ISSA in October 16 and 17, 2023 in Luxor. And this opportunity to, I want to invite all the countries in African to, we have preparing and host an international ISSA conference in February 2025, addressed management and innovation in social security. And Egypt will be very pleased with the attendance all African social security institution at this important conference to learn about the best global experience and expertise in this field. All the countries, we will please to join us in Egypt in February 2025. We coordinate with ISSA with this. The second recommendation, the conclusion of international agreements between various African countries to protect the insurance rights of all African people. 3, improve national legislation to ensure the inclusion of foreign workers in social insurance system. In Egypt, we have a long time for legalization area. So the last law in Egypt we issued in 2020 to cover all defects in the previous law. Also, work with international donors to provide financing. You're talking about financing. Work with international donors to provide the necessary and appropriate funding to improve the social protection covers for refugees, as well as build the capacity of workers in African social security institutions. Raise awareness. Yes, raise awareness among workers in an informal sector, especially vulnerable group, about their health and social and economic rights. And thank you for President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yunus. Let me check with Mr. Harriman if the list of wishes to be exhausted, and then with the magic spoon will be as long as what we've had, or is it more a shorter list?
Indeed, I think the wish list is long. I'll add perhaps to some recommendations that would be useful to social security institutions within a particular country. The first one would be the investment in interoperability of information systems across social security agencies. What we have realized is that there is a lot of fragmentation in information registration systems across agencies. If we can bring these things together and have an integrated registration system with a robust, identification system, that would help, in the processes of registration, but also ensuring access without any barriers. In our case, for example, we always argue that if I'm a migrant worker or I'm in the informal economy, at 8 a.m. I have to register with the pension scheme, 11 a.m. with the Workers' Compensation Fund, at noon with the Health Insurance Agency. But if we can register and have it as an integrated product, that would help with compliance in terms of contributions, but also in easing access. So that brings me to the second recommendation. It's the design of integrated social security products rather than fragmented products would ease delivery as well as enhance compliance and easy access as well. Then importantly for us also, noting that the migrant workers and people in the informal economy are also mostly vulnerable due to a lot of vulnerability shocks that come through. If we can progressively move towards an integrated social security system that has both contributory and non-contributory aspects, that way I think you would ensure that there is, there's easy movement from the non-contributory aspect to the contributory aspect and from the other as well. That way you have absolute protection for the member and protect against any extreme vulnerabilities. And then, of course, important, which was mentioned, harnessing technology in the registration and payment processes. This would ease, from our side, what we have seen, compliance and collections from the informal sector. When you have bureaucratic processes, it really becomes a strong barrier in accessing services and registration. But if you can harness technology and ease the process of registration and access, then I think we would be able to enhance and ensure that there is extended coverage to the informal economy and definitely the migrant workers. And finally, the use of aggregators. The informal economy, yes, it might be informal, but it's actually highly organized. And if we can leverage the organization within the informal economy as well as the migrant workers themselves, that would ease extension of coverage to these segments of the population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will give the parting shot, if I can call it like that, to the host country, South Africa. Where would you start? From which end would you, try to address the situation in order to see a long-term change in terms of extension of social protection to migrant workers in South Africa?
No, thanks, Chair. I think the first thing to say from our side as South Africa is policy-wise, I think we're fine in terms of social protection. Almost every qualifying citizen and non-citizen is able to access assistance in terms of policy, but I think the problem is on the ground implementation. As my fellow panelists are speaking about the system, now we are very manual, basically, in terms of how people apply for this grant. So we definitely need to digitize our system so that when a child is born in a particular health facility, that message is sent to Home Affairs, is sent to Department of Social Development, is sent to our Social Security Agency at a go. So once you have a system like that, there is no need for bureaucracy, as you've heard, because bureaucracy kills quite a lot. But two, there's a lot of fragmentation on the system. What are you talking in terms of the departments themselves, agencies themselves, or you're talking in terms of the IT system that is in place? Home Affairs is working towards a system, we call it a national identity system, which will become a foundational identity system in the country. So whoever is in the country, if social development wants to check if this child was born in South Africa, if this child is a foreign national, the database from Home Affairs should be able to assist so that decisions are taken quickly. So we need also agencies to really work together on this. We are in the process of finalizing a white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. That's one measure that we need to fast track in terms of finalizing. Chair, the other big issue, I'm sure my fellow panelists, they also confront a challenge with that, is the issue of documentation. There are citizens and non-citizens who are still not documented. So we need to fast track that process so that everyone in the country is documented. The scandal of invisibility is something that we should work together as a state, together with NGOs, but also together with member states, because this is something that affects all of us. We are all citizens of the continent. The issues around civil registration, they remain very important. For us to be able to provide whatever kind of service, we've got to sort out our civil registration issues. Thank you, Chair.
Merci infiniment à tous les panélistes.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Of course, they remain available in case you have questions, need additional details on challenges and solutions put forward. And I think we still have 2 more days, at least up to tomorrow. And our colleague from ILO is going to be with us again to be able to exchange views on the various issues. No, what was projected is not a subject to discussion because it's a human right. But there are issues relating to integration and safety. I think we need to give the same amount of security warranties to migrants and to nationals. And this could be, of course, discussed bilaterally, or we could have multilateral solutions that countries may decide to study. And that would allow us to tackle the challenges that countries face, including access to data and the difficulties of internal cooperation and sometimes mechanisms for admitting migrant workers may be rather lengthy and tedious. However, I think solutions are being mooted, including capacity building that was proposed, where we're talking about how to optimize and the capacity and the opportunities that international instruments put before us, not setting aside measures that are already in place nationally. Also, we have to take cue for what countries are doing in terms of their own intergovernmental cooperation and looking at what the associations are making as efforts and what either institutions are able to propose as well. So there should be a closer link between what migrants are doing and what they ought to expect and to have access to when they arrive on a given country's territory, and capacity to cooperate and institutional cooperation. So allow me, therefore, to join me and the other panelists to thank them for their contribution, and thank you to all for your kind attention and comments.
Once again, thanks very much to the panelists and to Madam Moderator, Evelyn. Thank you very much for this exciting, thought-provoking conversation about the extension of social security, social protection to the migrant workers. Definitely, this has to continue. You know, the conversation on this issue has to continue. So thank you very much. I'm looking at the time now. Time is 4 something. So I will be advised in terms of if the coffee is ready. Then we can do that. We can go for coffee. But the session that is going to continue, that is going to follow this one, it will be a session that is on country experiences. So, distinguished gentlemen, we look forward now to hear from you and to hear the country experiences. The session that follows will be moderated, in terms of the country experiences, will be moderated by ASSA. So the African Social Security Association will moderate that session. But let me just double check. So maybe we can have a coffee break and then come after that. I'm raising my hand here. Dagmar, we just want to check if the coffee is ready. We'll take it now and then come back for this. We'll do last session, which is the final session for the day, so that we can take a break for the day. If the coffee is ready now, we will take it now and come back now at 1:15. Yes, we need to stretch a little bit. But as we stretch, there must be a cup of coffee at least. And this is to be confirmed. But how we are going to proceed is that we will have country experiences, where countries are going to share their unique experiences, perhaps also their configuration, because it's clear that countries have got different configurations. Others have got many institutions of social protection, others have got one. All that will be information, and we will look at then the pros and cons, advantages and disadvantages of those structures and configurations. So on the main, it will not, the presentation should not mainly about the entire activities of the institution, but the unique nature, the story that each country would like to share with others to be able to learn something. Is it thumbs up? Up? Down? Up. Okay. So, colleagues and gentlemen, we are going to take a break now at 4:15, and we are expected to be seated here at 4:30 as we start our last session. Enjoy your coffee and let us stretch a little bit. 4:30, we will come back and we will spend about 30 minutes and then we are done for the day. Our colleagues, so welcome back. I think this site is very good. This site is punctual and efficient. This side, we have people this side, but we don't have all of them back. I think indeed, this side my right hand side, we give them a round of applause. Colleagues and gentlemen, on this afternoon session, we have the moderator, and the moderator, although he comes from Kenya, but is here representing ASSA, African Social Security Association. He is the one who will be chairing the session, and then they will open the floor for the country experiences. He has a list of countries, I'm sure, that he will go through so that we know and be ready to share experiences. Remember, colleagues, without preempting the chairperson and the moderator of the session, remember, this afternoon session, we just need countries to share their unique stories, their best practices, not the entire story of the entire agency, just a unique story about it, so that we are efficient in the manner in which we discharge our responsibilities. I now invite the chair, the moderator, Dr.
Oseakili.
Dr. Oseakili. Karibu, Doctor.
Asante sana. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call the meeting the plenary to order. And I will use 1 minute to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Oseakili from a pension scheme or fund called CPF from Kenya. And I'm the chairman emeritus for ASSA. The current chair of ASSA, which is Africa Social Security Association, which is headquartered in Arusha, Tanzania, is Mr. Muyangwa, coming to us from national NAPSA Zambia. He was not able to make it, so I am representing him. But ASSA is a conglomeration of schemes and funds and social protection, social security schemes from currently 10 countries in Africa. And our membership is every African social security and social protection scheme or fund is eligible to join and be a member of ASSA. All of us who are members are also affiliate members of ISSA, and we are happy to be here as part of the founding members of this forum under our beloved African Union. So we shall be discussing more tomorrow about it. But before I proceed, I would like to invite the following countries and their representatives to come forward. The Kingdom of Eswatini. Somebody should be here to represent Eswatini. Welcome in front. The Republic of Ethiopia. Welcome. Kenya. The Republic of Kenya. Republic of Malawi. I don't know if it's a republic or the people or the country representative for Mali, and the representative of Mauritania. The other member to come is from Mozambique. And last but not least, the Republic of Namibia. The Republic of Namibia. I know we have a challenge with the seats here. So the first ones get served first. And sit next. Okay. The ones who come last will get some arrangements on the table. As a moderator, I know we are struggling against time because this is already evening. So I want to be very democratic. I want the members there to tell us how much time we should take in this session. Can I have an opinion? How much time do you want us to take before we release you to go home, to go back to your places of residence here? Yes. I hear somebody there. Somebody? 1 hour? How many? How long there? 15 minutes. Okay, so we have already finished. Okay, 15 minutes. Lady? How long? 20 minutes? Okay. 35. So what's the average? 30 minutes. Oh, welcome.
Sorry. You invited Mozambique.
Yes.
Representative, but it's difficult because now it's here, but he will
no speak.
Yeah, no speak. He speaks Portuguese.
Oh, there's not okay.
Yeah, so
you are saying we don't have somebody? We don't bring somebody?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So
you excuse him?
We suppose you to show another representative.
For different country.
Another country.
Nice, okay. Okay, I think we shall take maybe 30 minutes, okay? 30 minutes. Now, I have got a petition from the representatives of Mozambique. Because of language challenges, they have withdrawn, they're not going to participate, and because there's no translation. So we shall only have 7 countries, and I will give each and every moderator 1 minute to introduce yourself, or less than a minute, say what you do, which country you come from, which social security institution you come from, and then straight away you give us your country experience in terms of one item only. What you have done which is exceptional. An exceptional item. Don't tell us many things. Only one item in social security and social protection. So I will begin, and I'll be very strict with time so that we can keep the promise to our colleagues who are listening to us. I will begin from Eswatini. I think it was, yes, right here. You have got 1 minute for introduction and 3 minutes for a presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tuli Kama from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm a senior labor officer under the Department of Labor. Basically, what I can say is that Eswatini has analyzed and have just picked up there are some gaps in our legislation. So what we did is that recently we had a visit to Seychelles to go and learn more about social protection and social security. What we did is that at the moment we have an unemployment benefit fund bill that is still pending. And we're looking at including maternity, sickness, and health. After 2 weeks to go, we'll be visiting South Korea, whereby the Minister of Health in collaboration with the Ministry of Labor, will be visiting South Korea just to learn on national health insurance. So what I can say about Eswatini, what we have achieved so far is that we've involve our social partners or the entities that speaks to or address social security and social social benefits funds. We've engaged the Eswatini National Provident Fund, the the Public Service Pension Fund, and also the Workmen's Compensation Fund, which is under the Ministry of Labor. And we are trying to align these social security schemes with the principles, since it lacks the solidarity and risk pooling. What I can add on is that the implementation of the National Social Security Policy and the establishment over that time, a comprehensive and inclusive social security framework expanded, or we have expanded it to a certain extent. So what I can say is that Eswatini is not just sitting or waiting, but we have learned from the COVID-19 that we have met so much crisis challenges, whereby we had to establish a national relief fund to try to avert or to help those employees that were affected by such. So that's what I can say for now for Eswatini. That also, maybe lastly, what I can say is that we are conducting a survey to introduce to the informal economy that the challenges that we are experiencing. We have to come together and unite in order for us to fight poverty and also the unemployment side, so that everybody will be covered. The migration policy that we are having now, it's at this final stage, and that we have gazetted, or we have established a task team that will be looking on such issues so that this can be covered in our legislations. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam from Eswatini. Also, thank you. I'm more appreciative because we are my colleague in my profession. I'm a lawyer also. I will now swing to the right and ask the country at the end to take the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le...
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator. I'm from Mali. I'm the National Director of Social Welfare, and in a short word, I want to say that we have come up with a policy dating back to 2002, and then we adopted the National Policy for Social Protection. And in line with that policy, there is a vision that we use to ensure that the country guarantees a minimum of good healthcare for all the citizens, and all these provisions are in the constitution of our country to ensure that no one is excluded from social cover, and to ensure that social cover be a stabilizer to absorb shocks. And in this regard, we've been able to come up with a number of arrangements to manage health risks, and to ensure also that everybody is properly insured, whether you be civil servant or you are a retired person or student. So in line with the Code of Ethics of our Ministry of Labor, we've been working by following a decree that was passed by the government in 2022. And what is special about our country is this register has got two compartments, the side where you contribute and the other side where you don't. so that we're sure that there is a geo-reference system for social protection across the country. So today, what we want to do is to try and dissect all these items, to put them together and go to a universal healthcare program where we have only one system that covers everything. And we have a mechanism for those who are handicapped and those who are dependent on the subsidies from the government. And then the government has also come up with a law that governs agriculture activities, and that is to ensure that we have a general fund which we invest in other activities. And we are studying how best to operationalize the various counters. And we also have a draft law on entrepreneurship, which is going to have the merit of introducing a database where we have those who work in the agriculture sector and the informal sector. So we insist more on the informal sector so that they are able to benefit of a single number, an identity number, which is going to apply a low-level tax so that they're able to benefit from the various regimes of social protection. And this is going to encourage people and create a system where people could take cue from what is happening across the other sectors, and they're able to move from informal economy to the formal one. So I'm not going to be long. We are currently on one particular program that is going to give the country a unified health cover to ensure that every single citizen is covered. And we're going to also make sure that that is used to give access to every single children to education across the breadth and length of the country in Mali, including those who benefit from rights that are open to allow these young children to move progressively to the age of majority in good condition, and to make sure that these targets are not able to lead to extreme poverty. And the fourth warranty is to do with people who are of employable age, so that they are able to make the transition from finishing school to working, so that they have at least something to depend on. And this is what we are pursuing now. And in the end, we want to come up with the requisite legislation that is going to ensure social protection. But of course, currently, in matters of the other type of insurance that is taken by those who have got the resources, that will ensure that people are able to integrate all these provisions for social protection. So, Mr. Moderator, without further ado, this is the account of a situation in Mali that I want to share with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have heard from our two presenters already, and I think we are doing well with time. I will come now to my neighbor to my left. That is Jane from Kenya. Kindly take us through your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Jane Kitili. I'm the Director of the National Social Protection Secretariat, a directorate within the State Department for Social Protection in the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. Kenya, we have done a strategy on extension of social protection to the informal and rural economy workers. And this is something that we were looking basically at two issues. One, looking at what are the strategies that we need to undertake as a country to ensure that that expansion reaches the rural and informal sector workers in an inclusive way. And we are also looking at what are the barriers for these people in these two categories of the informal sector and rural economy. What are the key issues, barriers that make them not access social protection? And that notwithstanding, Kenya, we have several social protection programs, the biggest being our cash transfer program that looks at pensions, cash transfer for the older persons, where it's a universal coverage of those who are 70 years and above. We also have the cash transfer for the orphans and vulnerable children, and this basically looks at children who have been orphaned. And we also have a cash transfer for persons with severe disability. The one thing that maybe we need to appreciate with Kenya is this cash transfer is purely funded from internal revenues. And on top of that, we've also adopted a social protection policy that has a component on shock responsive. I think all of us are aware of the climatic changes, the issues the shocks that our people are facing. And somebody the other day said the shock of COVID might have been a wake-up call for us as Africa to realize, especially for our informal sector workers, our social protection did not consider what their issues are. So for the Kenya social protection policy, we have a whole component on shock responsive that is very critical. And we also have a risk financing strategy. This risk financing strategy is basically to look at those shocks that come, that are unprecedented, like the drought, the COVID. How do they get financed to ensure that these people in these two areas of informal settlement and rural economies are well taken care of? The other thing that as a country that we are working on to address the issue of the informal sector is on something on the care economy. We are developing national legislation on how to look at the care economy and how it can support the informal sector workers to be able to be more productive in the way they do their activities and to be able to make more income, to be able to support themselves in terms of their social protection. In terms of technology, Kenya has come up with I'm looking for an English word, but I don't seem to get it, but it's like more or less saving bit by bit, something we are calling the haba, where a Kenyan through their mobile phone, they can be able to contribute 25 shillings towards their pension. And that we are looking at in terms of cushioning those people at the lower end. We've also rebranded our health insurance, and we have now a social health insurance that is going to take care of all the Kenyans. And we believe that will be able to take care of even the critical illnesses that in most cases for the people in the rural areas, they end up selling assets to be able to take care of their medication. We are hoping that the health insurance will be able to cater for that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jen. I want to swing now again to my right and ask you to introduce yourself. Please keep time, only 4 minutes.
Merci. Je pense que je ferai.
Thank you. I think I'll take less than 5 minutes. My name is Amadumbo, Director of Cooperation and Legal Affairs for Social Security. I represent my MD, who is not available, and I'm going to share with you what happens in my country, Mauritania. So we have an institution that manages personal risk, pension, and other insurance-related matters, and we've come up with the national insurance company that covers diseases, with the exception of problems that one encounters in the exercise of one's duties. And all these are managed by the institution that I represent. Then we have a third institution, which is called CNAS, which is the Insurance Social Security Association, which is open to informal sectors. So all people who wish to join this institution are at liberty to do so. So any person who is based in Mauritania has the license to join this institution. And it was recently put up, and there is also an institution that manages all those who work in the civil service, the military, and the police force. Now, let me take you back to CNSS. At the moment, we are busy trying to review everything to try and prepare the first general contract with the national insurance. Why do we have this social service? It's because we noticed that laws are obsolete. They date back to times that do not apply to the current environment. So we have done also an additional item where we went across the region. We visited Morocco, Algeria, Senegal, and Algeria. So we wanted to see what we can learn from them and what we can add to what we are busy redesigning. So we came back with proposals that are going to be studied during the national meeting that we are busy preparing, so that we can then extend the coverage to the informal sector. Also, we're trying to see how best we can come up with an arrangement that covers those who have lost their jobs, who are now loafers. And we are hoping that when this exercise is finalized, there will be other projects. We hope that we can come up with about 5 branches and then move that to about 7. So 4 new arrangements that are going to be integrated into the system. So we are also trying to see how best we can ensure that this system is able to stay the distance, be as lengthy as possible. I hope that I've not gone past the 5 minutes, have I? So let me summarize. So these are going to be determining factors because it is something that we're going to implement between now and November. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to finish off the first round, I want to ask my sister, Milka, to take us through the Namibian experience.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Maybe I should give you, I'm Milka Mungunda. I'm from the Social Security Commission in Namibia. Maybe just to give you a little bit of information, unlike in some countries, the social protection and social security are treated differently. And the social protection and social security are divided among the Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Health and Social Services, and then the regional governors. So there are different aspects of social protection which are being handled by these different institutions. As far as the social security is concerned, of which I'm the Chief Executive Officer, we are responsible for quite a lot of products. However, we're told we must look at what is the most important, what was our major impact. It'll be difficult to really identify a specific one because in Namibia, social security is a trailblazer in terms of social security and social protection. And what that means is that many times we do a lot of bailout to other institutions because of our strong and vibrant investment policy and our investment returns. Now, having said that, we do have a development fund, which is another product within our social security. The Development Fund is responsible for the training skills and for development, employment creation, bursaries, loans, especially for postgraduate students, internship programs, and also looking at maternity benefits to increase the ceiling. As far as the DF programs are concerned, annually we advertise, people then submit a proposal for interest. This year, we are going to allocate 35 million Namibian dollars to these projects, which is quite a significant amount if you look into what is happening in Namibia, because we're just a small community, about 2.53 million people. So 35 million is quite a huge amount. So what we do is, the other thing is, which is also of importance, it was said one, but it's very difficult for me to really identify one. We are increasing the maternity benefits for our maternity, for our mothers, in addition to increasing the ceiling from 12 months currently. According to the ILO, it should be about 16 months, so we are gradually increasing it to 16 months. And in addition to that, we also want to have a benefit increase up to 100% for mothers on maternity. And as I said, Namibia Social Security is a trailblazer in terms of social security and social protection benefits in Namibia. Now, the major thing that we are busy now is we want to introduce, or not we want to, we are in the process of introducing the National Pension Fund, which is going to be for both private and informal sector, where everybody within the confines of Namibia is also going to benefit. And this, again, goes together with the portability of your pension. Once we introduce the National Pension Fund, it will be such that you can always have your National Pension Fund. Even if you leave the country, you will be able to carry your pension along as you go. Having said that, I think as far as pensions are concerned, it's a different institution for private pensions and for public pensions. But at the end of the day, we work together as a collective team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Milka, for that short experience of Namibia. I think that Namibia is going places. Now, I will be coming to you to ask them some questions or to clarify any area they may have talked about, and then we will be able to finish. But before I do that, because I come from Kenya, I want to help my sister by adding one item she may have not have mentioned in terms of the innovative Kenyan experience. In 2022, after our general elections, our president in Kenya started a new fund for lending money using the phone to all the people in the informal sector, business people. And as a very innovative idea, that system using the phone introduced a deduction mechanism, an automatic deduction mechanism of 5% of any amount borrowed by the citizen. And that 5% is saved both for long-term pension and also for short-term savings for the citizen. When it was started, we started with about 5 billion Kenya shillings as initial funds. More than 20 million Kenyans people have borrowed already from that platform. And more than 7 million people have saved because of the borrowing they do and the repayments. They have saved over 3.5 billion Kenya shillings. And that's the beginning of a new way of creating and expanding coverage in the country. It's actually a novel idea, which I believe is a good model to be utilized by any country which wants to utilize digital technology to expand coverage, and you can come and learn from Kenya. So with those, I will now open up to the floor. Anybody, I will give 2 chances and 2 chances, and then we will answer the questions and then we close. I start from this side. Yes, please go.
Okay, thank you so much, Program Director, and an appreciation to the panelists in terms of the input that they've given. Just a question from experience from Kenya. We would be delighted to learn on the digital approach that Kenya has taken. One, in terms of the experience, how do you manage to deal with the issue that sometimes contributions to social security schemes can be considered as an additional tax or as a form of a tax to those contributors? How do you maneuver to convince people to contribute? And what is the uptake in terms of the Haba scheme that you have now adopted? And any comment on the Mbao scheme that was popular at some stage with Kenya? Thanks.
Okay, I think, Chen, you can answer the one of Haba, and then I can deal with the one of Mbao. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. For the Haba, they have those digital platforms have a different number. Like, for example, for Haba is #324. So if you click that into your mobile, it gives you an app of where you enter your details. So that has nothing to do with the tax. So each of these mobile platforms have their own domains where they are able to, the Mwananchi is able, or then Kenyans are able to utilize. Thank you.
Okay. Mbao, my brother, was originally started as experimental arrangement fund. Now that has been overtaken and is now under this new fund we are calling Kenya Entrepreneurs Trust Fund, which is now the one which is got more than 7 million members already. And it has increased coverage by most likely another additional 20%. So it means when this is rolling out, we now have a coverage of roughly 40% of within the formal and informal sector in Kenya. I want to allow another question from this, and then we come to this side. Anybody else with a question? Yes, I see a gentleman. I will introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Oui, merci.
Thank you. My name is Arkad from Burundi, and I'm addressing myself to Mali, which came back to the universal coverage, which is a tool of social protection. I wanted to know how they manage the two items where you have one segment where you pay for the services given to you, and on the other hand, we have people who are actually covered by government. So how do you share the data, and how did you go about coming up with this program? And institutionally speaking, where is it based as compared to security and social organs? Now, then I have another question to address to Namibia. I'm actually speaking to Madam who shared the experience of her country with us. She came back to the social insurance part that covers those who are unemployed. Now, do you carry out feasibility studies, or do you carry out studies that are more current so that we know whether it just comes from the desire of the government to come up with this program. So if you could tell us more about where you are so that we can take cue from that and get inspiration from your own exercise. So then I come back to Mauritania. Mauritania, which is coming up with a social network, a social arrangement that is covering those who are unemployed and those who are employed. I wanted to draw the attention on the fact that it is important to try and see how these organisms function. Are they financially sound, or do you compare that to the level of income nationally and the cost of living and all that? So I don't know if you're comparing that to the other studies that have been carried out by other countries, and how are you going to fund it? Are you going to raise funds by asking people to contribute, or how are you going to go about it? Thank you.
That's a very long question, my friend. So I think I had Namibia, and I also had Mauritania. So maybe the lady first? No.
Maybe can somebody translate, because I couldn't understand.
Oh.
For Namibia.
It was not translated, eh? Okay.
No, there's no translation.
Even me, I didn't get translation.
1 2 1 2. Can you hear? Can you hear the English channel? It's on.
Monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. And thank you for the interest exhibited for this very useful tool. You so rightly tackled it. Indeed, it is a social mechanism, a social service on security protection, and these are kiosks that we have to try and gather information from population that live in a given area. And then these are kits that are actually installed to try and gather information at the national level, and it is connected to servers. So there's interoperability with the other databases that exist so that these bases can then communicate with one another. This is extremely important because this is where we have transparency and the capacity to actually track any operation. And we have an experimental program where we have a social service for protection, and it is actually recorded in the unified social service that we offer so that everything that is being done there can be tracked. And it targets beneficiaries who work in institutions that offer social protection coverage. So it is a decree that gave the mandate to our institution to manage this social protection coverage that has been unified. But before that, we wanted to establish an agency where you actually give out insurance, but it's an institution that is supposed to be financially and legally autonomous. We were not able to create it, but what we wanted to do is integrate this register in the general social protection coverage arrangement.
So thank you very much.
Merci, merci. Par rapport à...
Now, with regard to the question raised, thank you very much for your interest. Naturally, there is a study which was carried out, and we have an institutional mechanism which was then proposed, but that was not sufficient because the social protection coverage network has got employees, there is the state, and there is also those who are employed by these institutions. So for us, we thought that it was important to benefit from the contribution of those social partners. That's why we came up with this system. I think this is already being implemented. So supposing that it has been accepted, and of course we have social partners and employers, you have to raise money to be able to fund this kind of institutional framework. So, in simple words, it is at the level of the general population that we make this proposal. We wanted to take into account the growing number of people who are losing their jobs, especially those who are just either school leavers or university leavers. So we wanted to make sure that all those items are taken on board, because we can't initiate a reform of this nature if there's no study that has been carried out beforehand, so that we are able to then assess the level of financial stability. Thank you.
The question meant for Namibia was not translated. There's no translation on here. So if anybody can assist to translate and give us that question, she will answer. But while we are doing that, I want the question from here and here, if there's any. Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Social protection operates within legal frameworks. Are there prohibitive statutory provisions in the various country acts that prevent migrant workers from participating in our schemes? What's your experience with the law in terms of migrant workers, as well as extending coverage to the informal sector? Thank you very much. The various speakers anybody can pick that up.
I think if I remember Namibia, you had said you have no barrier. Eswatini, do you have any barrier against migrant workers in the law?
Yes, we had. Yes, we had, but we have the employment bill now that covers the migrant workers. Before, we were excluding them on contributing on the national Eswatini National Provident Fund. So for now, they'll be included. Thank you.
Kenya, any barrier?
For Kenya, the barrier is still there in law, so they are not able to, their benefits, they are not able to enjoy like the nationals.
Okay. Namibia, yes.
In Namibia, when it comes to pension funds, private pension funds and public pension funds, there are some barriers, but there are also other pension funds which don't have a barrier. As far as Social Security is concerned, anybody who contributes, whether you are a migrant, informal sector, or you are from outside, you will still have all the benefits as any local. So we don't have any restrictions as far as barriers are concerned.
One, two.
This time. The last question from a lady in this side. I'm very particular. Yes, madam.
Merci bien.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add one or two words to what Mali had said. Our insurance is done on those who apply for it independently. You can belong to any sector. And therefore, this system was introduced in 1999, but we really got going 5 years later. And we have the first people who are now retired. And so the insurance beneficiary is covered for hospital costs and other costs that he may incur after retirement.
Maybe one? Any? Yeah? Oh, just as a comment. Okay. Okay. Contribution. Thank you, madams. Okay, I think we have come to the end of our questions. I will summarize and say of our different countries. I know it's not exhaustive, but we hope in the next meetings we shall actually do more of that and keep on improving our social security and social protection in our various countries. Now, because I am representing ASSA, the newest institution in the House, I want to say we want to welcome all of you for the next meeting where we shall be launching Africa Social Security Association in Arusha, Tanzania in November. So to be able to facilitate that, we would like to circulate tomorrow morning, at least for you to fill the form and give us your contact, including telephone numbers, email address, and the institution and the country you come from, so that we can send you our invitation to join us in Arusha and be able to launch our Africa Social Security Association. This association will work with all the focal offices of both ILO and also ISSA, so that we can strengthen ourselves as an African countries in our dealing with other institutions, including African Union. During the same conference, we shall be having what we call policymakers conference, where the government officials, ministers, and other high-ranking officials are invited to come and debate and discuss policies concerning social protection and social security. So we kindly encourage you, when we send you the invitation, come with your ministers in charge of the portfolio. During the same function also, we shall be launching, we intend to launch an Africa ASSA Infrastructure Investment Fund, where we shall be putting together our social security funds to work together in liaison with African Union and the other capital funds in Africa to be able to invest in Africa. I think we have been looking forward to other foreign countries to come and invest in Africa, but we have not been using our own resources as Africans. So for the first time, we shall be the foreign investors we have been looking for outside Africa. We shall do it first, and then the foreign investors can join us to build our Trans-Africa highways, African railways, and all the infrastructure we require to connect the whole of Africa. So please join ASSA so that we can be part of this conversation. We also want to create a data center in ASSA for our demographics and what we normally call the data of our citizens, so that we are able to create our actuarial data where you can draw information and be able to improve and compare with other countries in Africa. So thank you very much for listening to me and listening to my panel. Can we say, let's give them a clap, all of them. Thank you very much. And I hand over back to the moderator of the conference, and I think we can leave to go back to our seats.
Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the representatives of different member states that have shared their country experiences. And of course, the chair as well deserves a round of applause. The moderator, thank you very much. This session was the last session, so the session went on very well. The only thing that I will withdraw from the chair's announcement is a circulation of forms. In AU, you don't just come and circulate things. You consult first, and then we work together. So there will be no circulation of any forms. That will be discussed with AU, and we see how we support that process. Right. And then, colleagues and gentlemen, now on a lighter note, are we all ready? Now on a camaraderie note, or a camaraderie note, allow me to take this opportunity to announce that from Nigeria, in Abuja, from the National Identity Management Commission, on this day, on the 25th, 09/2024, we have a brother Ahmed Habib, who has a birthday today. So, brother, they cannot see you. Can you please stand up? And can you say happy birthday to him? But of course, it cannot be hand clap only. We normally sing in Africa for people. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to dear brother. Happy birthday to you. Yep. Yep. So thank you. That's how we close our day tomorrow. Until we meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock here at Pan-African Parliament premises. Colleagues, enjoy the rest of your afternoon and evening. And be safe. So I believe that the transport is around as appropriate. I believe that the transport is around as appropriate. We believe so. So until we